Hachette Audio presents A Dance of Shadows, written by David Dalglish, read by Elijah Alexander. To Devi, for making this whole transition a dream, as well as pointing out everywhere I screw up royally. Prologue. The city of Veldarin was his to protect, but Haern felt himself losing control more than ever as he watched the body bleed at his feet. It had rained just before dark, muddying the streets and back alleys. Blood mixed with the wet ground. The dead man's face was half buried, mouth open in death, throat opened by blade, and both were filling with mud. In the moonlight, the green of the dead man's cloak took on a sickly hue. Haern doubted anyone would shed tears for the loss, but that was beside the point. He was the king's watcher, enforcer of Veldarin, and such violence could not be tolerated. Yet, despite the work of his sabers, the violence was steadily rising. "I hope you find a better life beyond this one," Haern said, shutting the dead thief's eye so it no longer stared up at him. "No one should die in the mud." He stood, pulling the hood over his face. In its shadow he peered about the alley. Come morning, he'd alert a guard to the location of the body, but before then he needed to investigate. If the murder was what he thought it was, there'd be a sign somewhere, a message for the Serpent Guild where the guards might overlook it. On either side of him was a stone building, its walls slick from the rain. Haern slowly checked one, then the other, until he found it. Cut into the stone was a crude squiggle representing a snake. A jagged line crossed over its head. Below it was a fresh circle with 8 tiny lines. "Spider Guild is spreading," Haern whispered to himself as he rubbed his chin. Or was this revenge? He knew of no particular bad blood between the serpents and spiders, but that didn't mean much. The thief guilds were all battling for territory, a direct result of the peace Haern had bought with blood. The 3 wealthiest families of Neldar, known as the Trifect, paid handsomely for protection of the entire city. Yet over the past 2 years, that amount had carefully shrunk, as had the size of most thief guilds. Every bit of land meant a higher payout. With the increase in killings and infighting, the number of guildless criminals had risen. They knew the risk the Watcher posed. They knew what he was capable of, but it was starting to no longer matter. The thieves were getting desperate. They weren't afraid of him anymore. Haern leaped to the rooftops, determined to rekindle that fear. Every night he scoured the city, often changing his route. He watched and listened, always wrapped in his gray cloaks, their shades mismatched so that no guild could be sure of any affiliations. For years he'd foiled wars among the guilds, disrupting their plans. But there were no more plans. The thieves were wounded animals, biting at everything they saw. Every night he found a new body, a new symbol, or a new message. He wasn't certain where the various guilds' territories ended anymore, and he doubted the guilds themselves knew for sure. He ran east. Footsteps in the mud led that way from the corpse. Perhaps it was time he gave the guilds a message of his own. The steps grew fainter. Out in the wild, there were many who were better trackers, but within the confines of a city, Haern was the master. He ran along, still following the telltale signs. A knocked-over barrel here, a bit of mud brushed against a wall there. After a time he felt he was inside the murderer's mind, heading toward safer territory. Except that was wrong. Nowhere was safe, not from him. Haern found the spider talking with a guildmate, the two standing before a tavern that had long since closed. One held a knife, and he gestured wildly with it while telling a story. The blood on the blade was not yet dry. Haern worked his way closer, silently crawling across the roof until he was just above them, his ear leaning toward the edge of the tavern. "A little bitch," said the guildmate. "Course he was. What you expect from a bunch of scum loyal to that Ket bastard?" said the man with the knife. "Still, you'd expect him to die like a man. Put a knife at my throat? You wouldn't hear me blubbering like a child." Haern drew one of his sabers, a dark grin spreading across his face. Was that so? Perhaps he should test that theory. Like a ghost, he fell upon them, not a sound to give them warning. His knees crashed into the shoulders of the man wielding the knife. He heard a crack of bone, and the man dropped. The other stood stock still, his eyes wide. Haern kicked, his heel crushing windpipe. As the man fell, Haern turned his attention on the boaster, who lay dazed in the mud from his head hitting the ground. "So, is this how a man dies?" Haern asked as he put the tip of his saber against the thief's throat. He shouldn't be wasting time, he knew. He was deep in spider territory, and they would fight him if enough gathered together. Not that he feared them. Only their guild leader gave him pause. Thren Fellhorn, his father. The thief swallowed, the movement rubbing the tip up and down against his throat. "I didn't do nothing," he said. "I've been here all night." "Do you think I care?" Haern knelt closer, his free hand grabbing the back of the man's head and holding it still. He stared into his eyes, then flinched as if he were about to thrust. The thief let out a cry. The smell of urine reached Haern's nose. He leaned closer, his lips hovering before the man's ear. "I see tears in your eyes," he whispered. The hilt of his saber cracked down hard atop the thief's head, knocking him out cold. Slowly rising, he drew his other saber and turned to his initial prey, the murderer. The man sat on his rear, both hands clutching his throat. He was gasping for air, the sound akin to that of wind blowing over the top of a chimney. Blood dripped down his wrist, to his elbow, and then to the ground. "You slit a serpent's throat," Haern said, towering over him. "Care to tell me why?" The man coughed, crimson blobs flecking his pants. He gasped a few times, as if to hold his breath underwater, then forced out a word. "Trespassing." Haern shook his head. "Not good enough," he said. "Not even close." He shoved his sabers into the man's chest, through his heart. Pulling them free, he kicked the body to the ground, then slashed open his neck. His throat dry, Haern turned back to the thief he'd left unconscious. He almost killed him. Almost. But enough blood had been spilled that night, and it wouldn't be the last. Once Thren found out, he'd retaliate against the Serpent Guild. Back and forth, always back and forth without end. Perhaps he wasn't doing enough, thought Haern. Perhaps it was time for him to come down even harder on the guilds and their infighting. No matter what, he couldn't go on finding the bodies of the dead filling the alleys every single damn night, regardless of their affiliations or crimes. He sheathed his blades and turned to go, and that was when he heard the scream. It came from a distant alley, the deep, throaty scream of a man in horrible pain. Haern followed it, guessing which alley to turn down. The night was quiet, with no one foolish enough to be out and about so deep in spider territory. At first he thought he'd guessed wrong, but then he found the victim. He lay on his back at the farthest stretch of a dead-end alley, arms splayed outward. His gray cloak signified he was a member of the Spider Guild. No wounds were upon him, but for the tiny arrow embedded in his throat. Haern walked over to it, his stomach turning. Another? But by whom and why? Standing over it, Haern immediately felt something was wrong. The thief had been a smaller man, wiry, probably picked for his deft hands instead of brute strength. Hardly a whisker grew on his face. His face. His eyes were closed, as was his mouth. That was it. A lethal hit with an arrow should have left him gasping in pain, his face reflecting that upon death. But it had not. The killer had shut his eyes and mouth to create the appearance of sleep. But why? Knowing he had little choice, Haern reached down, pushed 2 fingers between the dead man's teeth, and pried his jaw open. Starlight reflected off metal, and something about the sight sent a chill down Haern's spine. Lying on his tongue were 2 gold coins stacked atop one another. Haern took them, trying to decide the significance. A personal vendetta? A paid hit by another guild? Laughter startled him, and he reached for his blade. He let it go when he realized it was just a drunken man curled against the wall, nearly invisible in the darkness. "Sorry about the scream," he said, drinking from the half-empty bottle he held. "Didn't mean to scare anybody." "Did you see who did this?" The drunk shook his head. "Like this when I got here. Nearly tipped over the damn thing." Haern frowned. So the scream had been from the drunk, not the man dying. It didn't surprise him, given how dry the blood was across the man's throat. He yanked out the arrow, held it up to the moonlight. He caught sight of tiny white flecks of dried poison on the metal, intermixed with the blood. A professional hit, but again, by whom and why? He glanced about, looking for a message, and quickly found it. That he hadn't spotted it immediately upon entering the alley unnerved him. It was large, and written in blood upon the wall. "Tongue of gold, eyes of silver, run, run, little spider, from the widow's quiver." The widow? Haern wondered aloud. The drunk's laughter stole away his concentration. "You got competition," he said, then laughed again before staggering away. Haern looked to the gold coins in his hand and didn't see the humor. As he read over the simple rhyme, a thought hit him, tightening his stomach into a knot. Bending down beside the body, he carefully opened the dead man's eyelids. "Damn it," he whispered. "Damn it all to the abyss." The man's eyes were gone, replaced by 2 silver coins staring up at the moonlight. Haern left them for the guards to take. Chapter 1. Haern returned home to the Eschaton Tower exhausted. He'd scoured the area surrounding the murder victim as best he could and tracked down several runners of the Spider Guild. The few he found had heard nothing, seen nothing, and even when threatened, showed no sign of lying. Leaving Veldaren for the tower beyond the city walls, he'd felt nothing but frustration and bafflement. He kept repeating the phrase in his head. "Tongue of gold, eyes of silver." As he opened the door, the smell of cooked eggs welcomed him home. Delicia was the only one awake, and she sat beside the fireplace with a plate on her lap. The orange light shone across her red hair, making it seem all the more vibrant. Seeing him, she smiled. The smile faded from her youthful face when she noticed his sour mood. "Something wrong?" she asked. "We'll talk about it later," he promised, heading for the stairs. "Don't you want something to eat?" He shook his head. He just wanted sleep. Hopefully when he woke up, he'd have new ideas as to why someone had killed a member of the Spider Guild in such a ritualistic, not to mention expensive, manner. Besides, the thought of eating twisted his stomach. He'd seen a lot of horrible things, but for some reason he couldn't get the image out of his head of the corpse's vacant eye sockets filled with coins. Eyes of silver. Haern climbed the stairs until he reached the 5th floor and his room. Hurrying inside, he sat down on his bed, removed his sword belt, and drew out his sabers. Carefully, he cleaned them with a cloth, refusing to go to bed with dirty swords, no matter how tired he was. That was lazy and sloppy, and laziness and sloppiness had a way of sneaking out of one habit and into another. His many tutors had hammered that into his head while he was growing up. All so he could be a worthy heir to his father's empire of thieves and murderers. He chuckled, then put away his swords. Not quite according to plan, he thought, imagining Thren scowling. Not quite at all. Run, run, little spider. His bed felt like the most wonderful thing in the world, and with a heavy cloth draped over his window, he closed his eyes amid blessed darkness. Sleep came quickly, despite his troubled mind. It did not, however, last very long. "Hey, Haern!" He opened an eye and saw his mercenary leader sitting beside him on the bed. His red beard and hair were unkempt from a night's sleep. He wore his wizard's robes, strangely dyed a yellow color for reasons Haern was sure he'd never hear. Trying not to smack the man, Haern rolled over. "Go away, Tarlak." "Good morning to you too, Haern." Haern sighed. The wizard had something to say, and he wasn't going to leave until he said it. Rolling back, Haern shot him a tired glare. "What?" "Some fancy new noble is returning to the city today," Tarlak said, rubbing his fingernails against his robe and staring at them as if he were only mildly interested. "Lord Victor Kane. Perhaps you've heard of him?" The name was only vaguely familiar, which meant the man had been gone from Veldaren for a very long time. If Haern remembered correctly, he was just another one of those lords who lived outside the city and liked to occasionally make a scene proclaiming how horrible Veldaren was and how much better it'd be if their ideas were listened to. All hot air, no substance. "Why should I care?" Haern asked, leaning against his pillow and closing his eyes. "Because he'll be meeting the king soon, perhaps within the hour. Normally this wouldn't be a big deal, but it sounds like he's bringing a veritable army with him." "As if King Edwin would let them pass through the gates." "That's the thing," Tarlak said. "It sounds like he will. He sent a message to the king. I won't bore you with all the details. Much of it was the standard pompous nonsense these lords are fond of. But one comment in particular was interesting enough my informant thought it worth waking me up early." Haern put his forearm across his eyes. "And what was that?" "I believe it was something to the extent of, 'Right now, thieves police thieves, yet when I am done, there will be no thieves at all.'" Tarlak stood from the bed, then walked over to the door. "Sounds like someone plans on taking your job." He left. The room once more returned to quiet darkness. Haern sat up, tossing the blankets aside. Damn it all. King Edwin Vaylor fidgeted on his throne, eager for the meeting to begin. Beside him stood his aging adviser, Gerend Krold, looking tired and bored. They'd emptied out the grand throne room of petitioners and guests, per Gerend's request. The adviser rubbed at the lengthy scar along his face as if it bothered him. A sign of nervousness, belying the calm facade he showed. For some reason this made Edwin all the more impatient. Over the years he'd listened to what felt like 100 lords talk about how they could do a better job policing Veldaren. A few had even tried, such as Elisa Gemcroft, who had unleashed an army of mercenaries upon the streets for 2 deadly nights. Half the city had damn near burned to the ground because of it, too. If not for the Watchers' agreements actually bringing about peace, as well as Elisa's paying for the damages done by her mercenary bands, Edwin might have tossed her into prison for a few 100 years. Yet at least Elisa he could understand, given her belief at the time that her son was dead. Women did strange things when facing loss. This Lord Victor, though. "You sure he has no family?" he asked Gerend. "Quite sure, unless he has kept them in secret." The king scratched at his neck. He wore his finest robes, lined with velvet and furs that were dyed dark reds and purples. It had been too long since he had worn it, and it itched. Still, he wanted to show this upstart noble his wealth, to remind him of his regality and his divine right to rule over all of Neldar. "What about a son, or a daughter?" "Forgive me, my lord, but I do consider that family, and as I said, he has none." Edwin shot Gerend a glare, and he bowed low in apology. "Forgive me," he said. "I did not mean to speak with a harsh tongue." "Try not to do so again." He might have made a stronger threat to someone else, but Gerend had served him loyally for years. Any threat would have been false, and both knew it. He was too important to lose. But again, it showed Gerend's true nervousness. Why? What was it about Lord Victor that worried him so? "You've met him before, haven't you?" he asked. Gerend nodded, adjusted the collar of his shirt. "My wife's family lives on his lands," he said. "I've spoken to him only once, but that was enough. He is not a man to forget, my liege, nor take lightly. If he says he will accomplish something, then he will accomplish it regardless the cost." "Then why worry? He's pledged to clean out the streets. Let him try and fail." Gerend cleared his throat. "That is the thing. He won't fail. What he promises is war, the like of which we have not had in 4 years. The king grunted. "You mean when that Gemcroft bitch went mad?" "Yes, like that," Gerend said dryly. Edwin leaned back in his chair and drank a tart wine from his goblet. Smacking his lips, he set it down and shook his head. "If that's all he plans, then I'll laugh in his face and send him back to whatever runty castle he came from. The thieves are like rats, and they've grown exceptionally skilled at hiding in the walls lately." On the opposite side of the room, at the end of the crimson carpet leading to the dais, there came a knock on the heavy doors. The guards stationed there waited for an order. Edwin sighed, rubbed his eyes. Too early. He hadn't had much to eat, and coupled with the wine it left him with a sharp headache. Stupid lords. Stupid, naive lords thinking they had every answer. "Send him in," he said, his voice echoing down the hall. "But only him." 2 guards bowed, and then they cracked open one of the doors and stepped out. A moment later it swung wide, and in stepped Lord Victor, flanked by the guards. The king studied him as he approached. He was a tall man, lean with muscle. His blond hair was cut short about his neck, his face cleanly shaven. Instead of the expected attire of nobles, he wore tall boots, a red tunic showing the symbol of his house, and a suit of chainmail. A sword was strapped to his thigh, and Edwin felt his ire rise, this time at his guards for being so dense as to let him keep it. "Greetings, my king," Victor said, smiling wide. Gods, he was handsome, his voice strong, confident. It made Edwin sick, and filled him with an irrational desire to slap him across the face. "Welcome to my home," Edwin said, not rising. He gestured to the man's tunic. "I must confess, I have not seen that symbol in many a long year. I cannot remember its meaning." Victor glanced down at his chest. Failing to recognize a family crest would normally be considered an insult, but he didn't seem the slightest bit bothered. "It is a pair of wings stretched wide before the sun," he said. "Their gold melds together as is appropriate. Our wealth comes from the birds of the forest, the fields that grow beneath the sun, and the strength of our kin rising every day, without fail, to do what must be done." "You Canes must be a proud lot," Edwin said. For the first time that smug grin faltered just a little. "My father was a proud man," he said. "Proud as my mother was beautiful. A shame you will never meet them." "Dead, then?" Edwin asked. He sensed disapproval, and that made him continue. He liked making Victor uncomfortable, reminding him that Edwin was in charge of everything, even their conversation. "Accept my condolences. If you are the last of their line, I hope you are busy finding yourself a wife." "In time," Victor said. A hard edge had entered his voice. "Though matters here must be settled first, before I take a lovely bride's hand in marriage. As a child, Veldaren was my home. Now I return, and I wish it to be my home again. but one does not move into a house full of rats and turn a blind eye to their droppings. "Be careful who you call rat shit in this town," Edwin said, laughing. "It might get you in trouble." His laughter died off uneasily as Victor stared at him with those clear, blue eyes of his. It wasn't just strength he saw in them. No, what he saw was madness, and it was starting to unnerve him. "Fine," he said, suddenly no longer having fun. He sat up, took another sip from his cup. "You've made plain your desire to clean up this city, though I have yet to hear how you will do it. So tell me, Victor, let me hear your amazing plan." "There is nothing amazing about it," Victor said. He crossed his arms over his chest, tilted his head back. "I have over 300 mercenaries at my disposal, committed to my cause. They will aid me in this endeavor." "Your lands cannot be large. How can you afford them all?" "There is always coin available for what a man cares about most." Edwin rolled his eyes and gestured for the man to continue. "I know what it is you're thinking," Victor said, starting to pace. "You think I will unleash them like wild dogs, just as Lady Gemcroft did years ago. I tell you now that that is wrong. I do not do this for destruction, nor a desire for killing. I will not slaughter life at random, nor pronounce a colored cloak reason enough for death. I will abide by the law, my king. That is all I desire from you. Give me your blessing to enforce your laws. These guilds may no longer rob from your stores, but their hands are far from clean." "And what do you expect from all this? A reward?" "A home where I can live without fear will be my reward," Victor said, smiling. "That, and for you to cover the cost of the mercenaries, should I succeed." "You ask for much, while claiming to ask for little," Gerend said, and Edwin had to agree. "What makes you so confident you can accomplish this task?" the king asked. "The blood of the underworld will spill across your executioners' blades," Victor said, "brought before your judges, lawfully condemned in your trials, and their bodies dumped into pits beyond your walls. Fear is how they have endured for so long, but I am not afraid of them. I fear nothing." Laughter interrupted their conversation. Edwin felt his throat tighten, and he looked to his left. There, in a tall window at least 20 feet above the ground, crouched a figure cloaked in gray. How in Karak's name did he get up there? He wondered. "Come to join us, Watcher?" Edwin asked. "I'm quite content to stay here," the Watcher said, turning his attention to Victor. "You truly think fear is how the thief guilds have endured? Fear is just the whetstone that sharpens their blades. Razor wire and poisoned cups are how they've endured. They fill their ranks with those desperate enough to kill just to have food in their bellies. You want to defeat the thief guilds? Flood the streets with bread, not soldiers." "For a man of such reputation, you are incredibly naive," said Victor. He didn't seem upset with the Watcher, only vaguely amused. "You think a little bit of milk and bread will sate their appetites? The guilds are full of men who will always want more than what they have. You used your blades to cull them, and took the gold of others to make them content. Your way is failing. You do not spoil a rotten child. You beat his arse with a rod." Victor turned to the king, who chewed on his lip. This lord was fiery, devoted, and quick-witted. He truly seemed unafraid of making enemies, for few would have dared to speak to the Watcher in such a manner. Even the Watcher looked surprised. "Do not be afraid," Victor said, putting his back to the Watcher. "I have come as Valderan's savior, and am prepared for the burden. Let it all be cast on me. Let it be my name the thieves hear. Let them know I am the one enforcing your laws. There is nothing for you to lose. Noble, beggar, merchant, thief, all will come to justice. The coin I ask for in return is a pittance compared to what you gain. Give me your blessing." Edwin could tell Gerend wanted nothing to do with the offer, but for once Edwin saw a ray of light in his miserable city. For years he'd lived in fear of meeting the same fate as his parents, killed off because one of the guilds decided he was too meddlesome. Could this Lord Victor do it? Could he do what even the Watcher could not? "If you truly desire to uphold the law, then so be it," he said. "You and your men may act in the name of Victor Kane, ask questions in your name, and deliver justice in a manner befitting the law. But the moment I hear of your own men breaking my laws, starting fires, and acting like the low-born scum they no doubt are, I will banish you from my city, never to return. As for your reward—" He stared into Victor's eyes, and Victor stared back. "Every guild broken, every guild master dead or gone. When I can walk down my streets without fear of an arrow, and eat my food without checking for sprinkles of glass, you will have your coin, as well as any portion of land within this city you desire for your home." Victor's smile grew. "Thank you," he said, bowing. "You'll never regret it. I swear this upon the honor of my house." With a wave of his hand, Edwin dismissed the lord, who left in a hurry. A bounce was in his step. Unbelievable. Would he still be so cheerful when the collected might of every thief guild bore down upon him? How long until there were none left alive to taste his drink and sample his food? And when the chaos grew and the real bloodshed began, was there anyone with enough skill to protect him? He looked to the window, but the Watcher was already gone. Chapter 2. Her servant women fussed over her, fitting clothes, applying rouge, and brushing her hair, until Elisa Gemcroft finally sent them away, unable to take any more. They filed out, leaving her alone in her extravagant bedroom. Well, not quite alone. "Come down, Zusa," she said. "Tell me what is wrong." From a far corner of the room, hidden in a dark space unlit by the windows, a woman fell to the ground. Despite the many years since she had left Karak's cult of faceless women, Zusa still wore the tight wrappings across her body, strips of cloth colored various shades of black and purple. Her head, at least, she exposed. Dark skin, dark hair cut short at the neck, and beautiful green eyes. A long gray cloak hung from her shoulders, the thin material curling about her body with the slightest tugs of Zusa's fingers. "There is nothing wrong," Zusa said, crossing her arms over her chest and leaning against the wall. "I'm used to you keeping an eye on me, but you only hide on the ceiling when you're nervous." Elisa smiled at her friend. "You know I trust your instincts, so tell me." Zusa gestured to the dress. "You doll yourself up worse than a whore. Powder everywhere, rouge, perfume on your neck, and I must say, I pity your breasts." Elisa looked down at herself. She'd let her servants prepare her for her meeting, but had they gotten carried away? Her dress was a sultry red, tightly fitted, with a ring of rubies sewn along the neck. A gold chain held a large emerald tucked into the curve of her breasts, which, true to Zusa's words, her corset had rammed almost unnaturally high. "This is what is expected of me," Elisa said, sighing. She wanted to sit down, but feared wrinkling her dress, or even worse, straining the ties of the corset. The realization made her blush, and she could tell Zusa knew her defense was a flimsy one. "Since when did Lady Gemcroft do the expected?" Zusa asked, the last of her nerves fading away with a smile. "But you are beautiful, even if overdone. I only wonder why. Lord Stephen is but a child, young even compared to you. Your smile alone should impress him." Elisa paced, keeping her movement slow and controlled, lest she muss her appearance. "It's been a year since his appointment, and I have yet to meet him. I fear he'll think I have snubbed him, or deemed him unworthy of his position. I wish only to make a good impression." Zusa sat down on the bed, shifting the daggers tied to her waist so they did not poke into the soft mattress. "He will think it anyway," she said. though I fear his impression will be that you are making advances on him. Elisa opened her mouth, closed it, and then looked to her dress. She sighed. "Help me, will you?" she asked. 10 minutes later she was in a far more comfortable dress, and they'd wiped clean her face. Elisa left her hair the same, having always enjoyed the sight of thin braids woven throughout her long red locks. Able to breathe and move far more freely, she hugged Zusa, then attached a simple lace of silver about her own neck. "We have kept Stephen waiting long enough," she said. "Let's go." A litter waited outside her mansion, and she and Zusa climbed inside. As they traveled through the streets of Veldaren, Elisa felt butterflies in her stomach and did her best to belittle them. It was stupid to be nervous. Of the 3 family rulers of the Trifect, she'd been in power the longest and had clearly solidified her control of the Gemcroft fortune. Stephen Connington was but a bastard son of his father Leon. Still, he was the only one with a clear biological relation. It had been a couple of years before he'd been granted control of the estate from the caretakers. In the end, they'd had no choice. Leon had killed most of his family members and steadfastly refused to name heirs, lest they drown him in his bath. She winced at the memory of Leon. He'd been unpleasant at times, if not repulsive. The fat had rolled off him, yet his tiny eyes had always been those of a young, starving man eager to take, and take, regardless of the vice. She'd heard stories of what his gentle touchers, his private group of elite torturers, could do to a man to make him break. A shudder ran through her. She prayed that Stephen had inherited very little of his father beyond his name. As for the last family of the Trifect, the Keenans, they'd yet to recover from the fiasco in Angelport 2 years before, when both Madeline and Laurie had been murdered along with their temporary successor Torgar. Their grandchild, Tori, was the biological heir, but it would be many years before she could take over rule. That had left stern Blackwater in charge of the Keenan fortune down in Angelport. There was a benefit to this. The cessation of significant conflict with the merchant lords of the South, who had done their best to destroy the Trifect families. Still, even Stern's rule was conflicted, and he rarely made any appearances beyond the walls of Angelport. If he thought the Trifect was no longer in his granddaughter's interest, he'd cast it off in a heartbeat. That meant Elisa was the pillar of strength of the Trifect, the one holding it all together. She had to be strong and confident whenever in public. "I should have brought Nathaniel with me," Elisa said as the litter bounced across the rough street. "Your son is better served with an honorable man like Lord Gandram than dealing with worms like the Conningtons," Zusa said. Elisa frowned and glanced out the curtained window to the passing homes. "Perhaps," she said. "But it won't be long before he must put away foolish fantasies of knights and armies. I won't have all I've built squandered and broken like it did for the Keenans. In time he must learn to deal with the worms as well as the dragons." Not long after, they arrived at the closely guarded Connington mansion and exited the litter. Thick, high walls protected the mansion from intruders, and armed soldiers with sashes about their waists to show their loyalty to the family patrolled the area. At the gate, 2 men bowed and opened it wide so they could enter. One of them sneered at Zeus's appearance, but the woman twirled, blew him a kiss, and then followed after Elisa. "Must I tell you to behave?" Elisa whispered as they crossed the stone path toward the mansion entrance. "I could have struck his head if you would prefer." Elisa glanced back, saw the same guard watching them with a sneer on his face. "Perhaps on the way out," she said, and they both quietly laughed. Another guard stopped them at the door, and he glared at the daggers Zusa carried. "No weapons," he told them. "Zusa is my bodyguard, and will use them only to protect me," Elisa said. "There is no need. You are safe within these walls." "Is that so?" Elisa asked. "How long have you served the Conningtons, good sir?" 9 years, said the guard. That means you were here. Excellent. Please, tell me, where were you when your former master died? The guard swallowed hard. Leon had died in the mansion barracks, believed by most to have been killed by the Watcher. Very well, said the guard, but do not draw them unless forced. The doors opened, and they stepped inside. Alisa had been there before, after its reconstruction following the fire during the bloody Kensgold. The floors were still soft, deep red rugs that she knew had to be a nightmare to keep clean. The ceiling was high above her, the wood columns decorated with various animals. But where there should have been vases, the tables were only bare surfaces. Where there should have been paintings and murals, there were bare walls. Much missing extravagance, Zusa said, keeping her voice soft. Perhaps their coffers are worse than we thought, Alisa said. Zusa didn't look convinced. She gestured to where many portraits of Leon were clearly missing. Or the son looked upon the father, and did not like what he saw. At the end of the hall they waited until a servant stepped in, announced their presence, and then flung open the door. A practiced smile on her face, Alisa went in to greet the new heir to the Connington fortune. She knew he'd be young, only 18 if their information was true, but she was still surprised by his small size, soft face, and even softer hands as he bent on one knee, bowed low, and kissed her offered fingers. He had his father's brown hair, though it was kept shorter and far cleaner. Alisa felt her smile grow more natural. He may not have spent his early life in affluence, but he'd learned quickly over the past year. "I'm thrilled to at last make your acquaintance," Stephen said, his voice tinged with a charming honesty. "I must admit, ever since my appointment, you were the one I was most nervous to meet. May I ask why? Your beauty, of course," he said, and Alisa caught his nervous glances about the room, his struggle to meet her eye. "That, and your unpredictability. Would you care for something to drink?" They were in a cozy study, one wall covered with books, another with maps of Desrel. Between the chairs was a small table, currently empty. When Alisa agreed, Stephen noticeably calmed, calling out orders for servants and offering seats to his guests. Alisa sat opposite him at the table, while Zusa refused, instead lurking behind Alisa's chair, always keeping an eye on the doors and those coming and going. As various cakes and fruits were placed before them, Stephen sat down and cleared his throat. "I must confess, milady, that I asked you here with reason. One that you'll find surprising. I've had advisers attempt to take my life, lovers turn to madmen, and my son brought to me from the dead." Alisa smiled at him. "I dare say you have a difficult task if you think you can surprise me." Stephen cleared his throat, but she saw a gleam in his eye piercing through his nervousness. He looked pleased. She tried not to show it as she nibbled on a sweet cake, but a bit of worry crept up her belly. What if he did have something worthy of surprise? "Alisa, milady, what do you remember of your mother?" The cake caught in her throat, and it took all of her control to keep her from launching into an unseemly coughing fit. Her mother? Why did he ask of her mother? "She died when I was young," she said once she had swallowed. "The servants would not tell me the reason, and my father would only say that she left. I presume you think you know the truth of the matter?" Stephen stood, as if unable to sit any longer. "That I do, if you'd—" She waved a hand dismissively, interrupting him. "I am no fool, Stephen, and rumors are no stranger to me. I know what happened, if that is all you'd tell me. My mother was unfaithful to my father, and he—" She shook her head. "I love my father, but he was right to hide it from me. I'm not sure I'd have forgiven him, certainly not back then. She was given to Leon's, your father's, gentle touches. I can only pray they were merciful. if such a word even has meaning for their kind. She felt Zeus's palm cup against her face, and she closed her eyes and leaned against it, accepting the comfort. When Elisa looked again, Stephen was approaching the other door to the room. "Well, then," he said, unable to hold back a grin, "everything you have said is indeed true, but you are still wrong." He opened the door, then stepped back. "Elisa," he said, "may I present to you Melody Gemcroft?" Elisa's heart stopped. Standing in the hall, as if afraid to enter through the doorway, was a woman from a dream. Her eyes had sunken farther, and many new wrinkles stretched across her lips and face, but the hair was the same, the ears, the nose, all the same as those of the woman who had sat on Elisa's bed, candle in hand, and read story after story until sleep had taken Elisa away. 1,000 memories assaulted her, many long forgotten, of brushing each other's hair, of strict discipline and teaching of etiquette. The way she'd flicked Elisa's nose with a finger whenever she grabbed the wrong utensil at dinner. The smell of crushed flowers every time they'd embraced. "Mother," Elisa whispered. Tears swelled in Melody's eyes, but they did not fall. She took a few tentative steps inside, and then Elisa was on her feet. Their hug was careful, slow, as if each was afraid of the other. When they separated, Elisa looked deeply into that tired, pale face and was convinced beyond a doubt. She didn't know what to feel. Didn't know what it meant. "How?" she asked. "Not now," Melody said, "but it is good to see you, Elisa. You've grown to be so beautiful, just like I knew you would." "She still needs her rest," Stephen said, gently taking Melody's hand. "I'll explain what I can. Servant?" He snapped his fingers, and when the elderly servant arrived, he directed the man to take Melody back to her room. Feeling as if the world were spinning, Elisa watched her long-dead mother be led away. Her stomach cramping, she went back to her chair, where Zeusa remained leaning against the top, a guarded expression on her face. "Is it true?" Zeusa whispered as she sat. "I think so." Elisa felt as if she walked in a dream, one where the dead had come back to life. Would Maynard be revealed next, having lived in hiding after taking an arrow to the chest? She looked to Stephen, who appeared ready to burst with pride. "How?" she asked again. "Your father did give Melody over to my father's gentle touches," Stephen said, sipping from his drink. "He even paid for it. But they didn't kill her. I believe my father fancied her beauty, from what I have learned. I will spare you all I know, but her detention was unkind, as you can imagine. When Leon was killed, everything here was in chaos. It was several years before the caretakers would even acknowledge my presence, let alone my true birthright. None of us knew who Melody was, for we had no record of her existence. Even the gentle touchers didn't know for certain." He took another drink. Elisa felt chills, imagining what it'd have been like to be trapped in Leon's dungeon while the years crawled by. What unkind tortures might she have been subjected to? And for how long? Struggling to remember, she thought back to when she'd first heard of her mother's disappearance, a year before the bloody Kensgold. That put it at near 10 years. 10 years in darkness. No wonder her eyes had sunken in, and her thin frame had been unable to fill the simple violet dress she wore. "I'm not surprised Leon kept it a secret," Elisa said, trying to hold down her anger. "My father would have murdered him if he'd found out." Stephen's cheek twitched, but his smile remained. "Maybe so," he said. "But when I finally accepted power, I cleared out all the prisoners, either through release or execution, depending on the measure of their crimes and the length of their stay. But what crime had this mysterious woman committed? She told the truth, of course, and as you can imagine, we did not believe her. Melody Gemcroft was dead. We all knew that. We all knew, but she persisted. He suddenly lurched to his feet, and before Elisa knew what was going on, the young man had knelt before her and taken her hand in his. "Please forgive me, Elisa," he said, staring at the floor. "For a year she stayed, and I disbelieved. But she did not relent, and told us stories, memories, all to prove she was who she claimed to be. I should have known sooner. I should have believed her. Will you forgive me for adding torment to an already tormented woman?" Yes," Elisa said, carefully freeing her hand. Something about his touch made her squeamish. "How could you have known? I barely believe it myself." This seemed to be enough, and with a jarring mood swing, Stephen was once more the charming boy. "The finest physicians and priests in all of Desrael have attended her," he said, grabbing a cake smothered with blueberries and wolfing it down. "Better food and bed have helped nurse her to health, and I am glad she took meeting you so well. Even walking at times puts her out of breath." "I must thank you," Elisa said, standing, "for everything." "It is all I can do to make up for the sins of my father," Stephen said. "That, and to earn your forgiveness. I want us to be friends, Elisa. May your next visit be far sooner than the last. As for Melody, we'll have her few things packed up and ready in just a few moments." It was only then it hit Elisa that it wasn't all a dream. Her mother was alive, and of course it was expected that she would go with her to her proper home. Elisa swallowed, and she felt her world crumbling. She hated it. How she hated it. But her immediate thought was nothing but an angry denial. "I am still ruler of the Gemcroft family." She dug her fingernails into her arm as punishment. Such a selfish, childish thought was unbecoming of her. She was better than that, more mature. "All the best," she said to Stephen, forcing a pleasant mask across her face. "It will be such a pleasure to bring my mother home." To meet her grandchild. To see how the rooms had changed. To hear of Maynard's death, and the thief war that had nearly decimated the family. To re-enter a family of which she was the eldest, and the lawful ruler. "All the best." Stephen smiled. Elisa grabbed Zeus's hand, squeezed it tight. Chapter 3. Thren Fellhorn crouched in the alley, watching the people pass. He wore the gray cloak of the Spider Guild, of which he was the undisputed ruler. Merchants, thieves, and lords quivered just hearing his name. At least they once had. But now someone had dared disrespect him and even flaunted that he'd done so. "Damn serpents," Thren said. "Do they think I will let them go unpunished?" Beside him, his second-in-command, a rugged thief named Martin, put a pinch of crimleaf between his teeth and bit down. "They've only claimed the first kill and marked it as such," Martin said, turning to spit. "That second one don't seem like them. Tongue of gold? What the fuck does that mean?" Bert was hardly known for his pretty words. Thren felt his insides harden. They'd found Bert the previous night an arrow embedded in his throat. His mouth had been open, but no golden tongue there. The eyes of silver, though, those they had seen, and the memory still filled him with rage. They'd taken the coins and fled just before the city guard arrived. Some had thought it a hit by the Watcher, but Thren dismissed that immediately. It wasn't the Watcher's style. His 2 men accosted outside one of their taverns. Now that was the Watcher's style. No, the coins and odd rhyme left in mockery had to be the Serpent Guild. Their new leader, Wilson Kett, was known for his pathetic attempts at resembling nobility instead of the street rat he was. "No," Thren said, and the two rushed out. They'd been watching another tavern, a place where Thren had been told Wilson liked to drink in the early mornings. The crowds had thinned, and no serpents were in sight. At his command, he and Martin crossed the street, their hands on their hilts. But when he reached the door, he stopped and swore. "Did someone warn him?" Martin asked. Thren shrugged. He didn't know. Enough already didn't make sense, but adding this... The door was broken inward. They stepped inside, their blades drawn. Not sure what to expect, Thren still did not find it within that tavern. Instead, several serpents lay on the floor, their arms bound behind their backs. Over a dozen armed soldiers were about, some tying ropes, others questioning the serpents, while a few just stood around looking bored. That boredom vanished the moment they laid eyes on the two of them, barging in with naked blades. "Oh, shit," Martin muttered. An appropriate understatement. "Halt!" several cried, but Thren was already on his way out. In the street he turned north and ran, jamming his swords into their sheaths. Martin followed, still clutching his dagger. "They're chasing!" Martin yelled, and Thren glanced back to confirm. Only 4, but they wore fine sets of chain mail that would turn weapons with ease. He almost engaged them, figuring to end the fight quickly, but then he saw another squad of soldiers turn the corner just ahead. They wore the same insignia as the others, yellow wings over a gold sun. "Follow me," he told Martin, cutting hard to his right. They ducked into an alley, then dove through a window upon reaching a dead end. Thren landed hard atop a table, then rolled to avoid Martin's fall. Banging one of his knees on the way to the floor, Thren clenched his teeth and muttered a litany of curses at whoever had placed the table there. A woman stood screaming, and he slashed out her throat, not giving a thought to her corpse as they ran up the stairs. On the rooftops they were truly at home, and they leaped across with practiced ease. Once the guards were far behind, Thren stopped. "Damn it," he muttered as Martin slowed up ahead, realizing his guildmaster was not keeping pace. A cramp stung Thren's side, and he tried to push it into a corner of his mind so it wouldn't bother him. It would have been easier if he weren't so desperate for air. Old, he thought. Was this what it meant to get old? Despite his training, despite his legendary skill, he'd still just be a weary man gasping for air while the young ran on. "You feeling fine, Thren?" Martin asked. "Don't ask stupid questions," Thren snapped. "What just happened there?" Martin shrugged. "Looks like mercenaries going out hunting for thieves. We've seen it before." Thren shook his head. "Yes, but not since the Watcher's agreement. Have they learned nothing? We nearly burned this city down before. Do they think we cannot do it again?" Martin walked over to the edge of the roof, knelt on one knee, and peered down. "Thren," he said, "you might want to look at this." Thren joined him at the side, and if his insides were already hard, they now turned to iron. Hundreds of soldiers wearing the Sun and Wings insignia patrolled the streets. His mind flashed back to the bloody conflict 4 years prior, but it didn't match up. Back then, Elisa had unleashed a horde of mercenaries upon the city, smashing in homes, cutting down anyone suspected of guilt, and filling the city with fear. This, though... "They're orderly," he said with a hint of wonder. "Calm." "Not just that," Martin said, pointing. "They're only talking to most. What do you think they're doing?" Thren could spot a thief without even trying, and he saw at least 7 weaving through the heavy crowd of the main street. None dared act. When one neared the soldiers, Thren thought they might spot the cloak and attack, but they did not. "They're arresting thieves, but not at random," Thren said. "Who ordered this? Whose soldiers are these? Martin paced the roof until he was beside an alley jutting off from the main route. Waving Thren over, he pointed to a trio of soldiers marching below them. "Think they'll know?" he asked, grinning. Thren drew his short swords. "Answers," he said, "one way or another." When the soldiers were directly beneath, the two leaped to the ground, like hawks descending upon their prey. The soldier's chainmail was finely woven, but Thren managed to jam a blade between his victim's coif and collar, piercing flesh. The thrust wasn't deep as planned, for the man immediately spun to one side and fell to a knee. Thren twisted the blade free, then made to cut across the throat with his other sword, but was not fast enough. A second soldier blocked the attack, standing protectively before his fallen comrade. Thren gave him no reprieve, weaving a quick series of strikes to test his foe's skill. Much to his surprise and annoyance, the soldier blocked them all. Curses filled Thren's mind. From the corner of his eye, he saw Martin battling the third soldier. Unlike Thren, he'd not managed a solid blow during his fall, his dagger failing to penetrate the chainmail. The two fought close, Martin trying to negate the soldier's advantage of longer reach. "Who pays you?" Thren asked, feinting with one hand and then thrusting with the other. He expected no answer, only hoped to distract his foe. It didn't work. The thrust was parried harmlessly away, and then the soldier stepped in, expertly weaving his weapon in a beautiful counter. Thren flung himself to the side, bit his tongue as he felt steel slash across his arm. Blood stained his gray shirt and cloak. His fury growing, the rush of battle flooding through him, he lunged at his opponent with both blades. When the soldier blocked, Thren pressed on, hacking and slashing with such ferocity his opponent fell back in retreat. The wounded soldier no longer protected. Thren stopped for just a moment to stab him in the neck, then kick his corpse aside. "What fool brought you to your deaths?" Thren asked as he swallowed, his mouth feeling dry. He was losing blood fast, he knew. Had to get it attended to. The soldier started to respond, but Thren spun, his attention no longer on him. Martin had fought the other soldier to a standstill, the two so focused that neither sensed his sudden appearance. Thren's short sword pierced the small of the soldier's back. A twist, a yank, and the man dropped. Martin nodded in thanks, and then the two turned on the last. Thren thought he'd run, but he did not, only stood his ground. "Left," Thren said softly. When they both attacked, Martin did as told, veering to the left and cutting in with his dagger. The soldier shifted to the side, easily parrying it away, but the motion kept him from falling into a retreat. That was all Thren needed. A trio of slashes batted the sword out of position, and then his own blades sliced in, jamming through the soldier's throat. The man gurgled, his eyes widened, and then he dropped. Thren pulled his sword free, shook blood off it. "Fuck!" Thren yelled, kicking the corpse. His arm stung, and when his battle lust faded, he knew it would hurt even more. Worse, they'd failed in their goal. "Hard to interrogate a man who has no throat," Martin said, jamming his dagger into his belt. Thren sheathed his swords, then checked the wound on his arm. Not too deep. It would leave a scar, just one more among hundreds. Glancing out the alley, he saw people passing, and several spotted the carnage. They wisely kept their mouths shut, but it would be only moments before someone wasn't so smart. "Back home," Thren said. "We know too little. It isn't safe." They took to the roofs once more and ran, Thren gritting his teeth against the pain. The chaos of the main streets vanished behind them until they reached the Thirsty Mule. Martin went first to ensure none of the mysterious soldiers were about. The way clear, he beckoned Thren in, and together they entered the cellar of their headquarters, disguised as a simple inn. The place was abuzz with rumors and questions. Amid the pain, Thren estimated at least 20 of his guild milling about, swapping stories and making guesses. They'd fled home when the soldiers flooded the streets, but how many had not made it? At Thren's entrance the conversation quieted, and several tilted their heads with respect. No doubt they wished to ask him questions, but seeing his wound, they wisely let him be. "Where's Murphy?" Thren asked as he took a seat at the bar, banging his fist on the wood in demand of a drink. One of the smaller thieves, Peb, rushed over, grabbing glasses. "I'll get him," Martin said. "What'll it be?" asked Peb. He was quick and had big ears. They'd called him Mouse for a while, then switched to Pebble after Thren put a stop to it. No thief of his was a mouse. They were spiders, lurkers, killers, even their smallest carrying dangerous venom. "Hardest we have," Thren said. By the time Peb gave him his glass, Murphy had arrived, a small box in hand. "How bad is it?" Murphy asked. "Bad enough." He downed the glass, then carefully removed his shirt so the stocky man could see. Of them all, Murphy was the only one with a modicum of training in the skills of the apothecary. A gap-toothed man with graying hair, Murphy loved to say he'd first learned to sew up cows, not people, but that the two were often the same. Deep down, Thren believed Murphy had learned how to stitch and amputate because he loved causing pain while still getting praised for it. Had he been born of higher blood, he'd have been one of Connington's gentle touchers for sure. "What's going on?" Thren asked as he motioned for Peb to refill the glass. "Well, you're bleeding, but it didn't quite make it to bone." "I meant with the city." Murphy took out a long needle and some thread from the box. Thren grabbed his glass before Peb was even done pouring. "I've been here all the while," Murphy said, threading the needle. He nodded to the rest. "Ask them." "I have," Martin said, taking a seat on the other side of Thren. "All we've got is a name. Lord Victor Kane. He's been here hardly 24 hours, yet he's already stirring up trouble." "What does he want?" Thren asked as the needle pierced his flesh. He didn't let the pain show, not in front of so many. Pain was only a tool, and right now he had no desire for it. As Peb poured his third glass, an ache swelled in Thren's chest. There was a time when someone might have chopped off his right hand and he'd not have made a sound. Was he growing so weak that he needed the aid of alcohol for just a little cut? Angry with himself, he pushed the glass away. Martin snapped it up for himself, drank it down, then let out a burp. "That's the thing," Martin said. "We don't know what he wants. Early this morning, while we were stalking serpents, Victor's men were rounding up merchants, lords, landowners, and then out they came again for us. From what I can tell, it's all been orderly, controlled. No one's been killed except those who resist. The rest are getting sent to the castle. Whether for execution or interrogation, your guess is as good as mine." Thren felt the skin of his arm tightening as the needle did its work. He used it to focus, to force things into perspective. "Edwin's too much of a coward for this," he said. "That and the status quo has served him fine for years. Someone else hatched this plan, and right now, the obvious one is Lord Victor." "What about one of the trifect?" Murphy asked, thread between his teeth. "Victor might be in their pay," Martin agreed. "An expensive gambit, but by bringing in this outsider, they pull attention away from themselves and onto him." Thren shook his head, then investigated the stitches on his arm. Clean work, as always, but not quite done yet. "Do it," he told Murphy. The old man grinned, then grabbed the bottle away from Peb. The liquid poured down Thren's arm. It burned like fire, but he gave no reaction beyond a tightening of his teeth. That done, he pulled his shirt back over his body. Despite his age, it was still pure muscle. "We can do what we did before," Martin suggested. "Declare war against them. and rally the rest of the guilds to counter this new threat. Thren met his eyes, saw the hopeful lie for what it was. "We're too few now," he said. "Every night we've preyed on each other, and our numbers haven't recovered from the chaos 4 years ago. Besides, these mercenaries aren't normal scum with a sword. They're too good, too well armed." Martin sighed, for he knew the same. Thren and Martin were easily the most skilled of all the Spider Guild, yet even they had suffered wounds in taking a squad down. The rest of the guild, clumsy men accustomed to threatening fat merchants for bribes, would stand no chance. "We can't let this go unpunished," Martin said, dropping his voice lower. "The gold the Trifect pays us dwindles every year. It's not enough to keep everyone together, and I doubt we are alone in this. If every guild breaks, it'll be anarchy." "We will not break," Thren said. All around him, men quieted, hearing the ice in his voice, the strength of his conviction. He stood from his chair, slammed a fist against the bar. "This is our city. Ours. No outsider shall come in, bear swords against us, and expect to live. All of you, cower in here. Get out. Now. I want your ears at every wall. I want your eyes on every street. Whatever information you can find, I want to hear it. Where this Victor lives, where he eats, where he sleeps, where he shits. I want to know it all. And if you fear being caught or arrested, then don't come back. You aren't spiders. You're worms." They filed out, grabbing swords and cloaks on their way. Even Murphy left, though Thren knew he would only go upstairs to wait. Should anyone return wounded, the surgeon must be ready. When Thren sat down, he noticed a single man remained in the far corner, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his beefy chest and his strange hat in his hands. Thren turned on him, thinking a savage killing might do wonders for his mood. Then he better saw the man's face and grinned. "Grayson, you ox," Thren said. "I'll never understand how you can hide in a crowd." Grayson grinned back. He was an enormous man, dark-skinned, and stood at nearly 7 feet tall. The thin clothing he wore did little to conceal the muscles beneath. A 4-pointed star made of gold thread was sewn into his shirt. His head was shaved, and he wore 9 rings in his left ear, running up and down the cartilage. Where he came from, each ring traditionally represented a kill. Yet Thren knew Grayson had been forced to adopt a new standard, with each ring counting for 10, lest his ear fall off. Grayson joined him at the bar, slapping him once on the back. "You banished our barkeep," said the man, his voice deep and rumbling. "Would you make an injured man pour drinks?" Grayson laughed. "I've never seen you injured, Thren," he said. "Just sometimes you're bleeding more than usual." Grayson leaned forward, his long arms grabbing bottles and glasses from the wall. Mixing 2 liquors together, Grayson tasted his drink, and then let out a sigh of contentment. "From all I've heard, I thought you'd have little better than donkey piss and water," he said. "Looks like Veldaren might not be as bad as rumored. Either that, or you're the richest thief left." Thren bit down a retort. Grayson was from the distant city of Mordana, and was a legendary thief in his own right. In what felt like ages past, the two had worked together, building the Spider Guild into something fearsome. But then, one terrible night, it had all come crashing down. "The gold still flows here," Thren said, careful to control his tone. "The protection money from the Trifect alone keeps the liquor flowing." "That the lie you tell yourselves so you can sleep at night?" Grayson took a shot, poured himself another. Thren's eyes narrowed. "Things are not the same," he said. Between the bloody Kensgold, Elisa's mercenaries, and now the Watcher, I dare say no thief elsewhere has faced such hardships as we have here in Veldaren. Ah, yes, the Watcher. I've been thinking of hunting him down and seeing how good he really is. You know that word of him has reached all the way to Modena. Is that so? Thren asked, doing his best to sound bored. Yes. And you know what's worse, Thren? That's not the only thing reaching our ears. The nobles are hearing of your little setup, this game you play. It's giving them ideas. Ideas I don't fucking like. Already they whisper of similar arrangements, of turning our guilds against each other in the name of protection money. Modena won't turn into Veldaren. The priests alone give us enough trouble. I'm a thief and a killer. I won't let myself become some noble's boot-licking bodyguard. Thren felt his blood turn to ice. Is that what you think I am? He asked. Some low-rent bodyguard for the trifect. Grayson grunted. That's what I'm here to find out. A lot has changed over the past 10 years, and I want to know just how much. He stood, put a wide-brimmed hat made of leather on his bald head. I have my own place to stay, so don't worry about offering me a bed. Not sure how long I'll be here, but I thought I'd drop in and give you my greetings. What are you really here for? Thren asked as the big man was about to exit. If all you wanted was information, you'd have sent an underling, not traveled across Desrel yourself. You're here for more than that. What is it? Grayson stopped, looked back at him with a dangerous grin on his face. What if I don't feel like answering? Will you make me, Thren? Thren swallowed, and his hand drifted down to the hilt of a short sword. Grayson saw this, smirked. Careful, he said. I have no desire to cross swords with you. Besides, it wouldn't be fair. After all, you're injured. When he was gone, Thren took his glass and smashed it across the counter. The glass cut his hand, and he stared at the mixing blood and alcohol. His fury grew. Grayson had sensed weakness, and Thren could not refute it. Despite all his best efforts, his guild was weaker than it had ever been. All the guilds were. And if the Suns, or the Stars, or any other guild from Modena decided to move in... Thren shook his head. No. There was no if, only when. Grayson would not have traveled such a distance without good cause. The only question was how the foreign guilds planned to make their attack, and how great their cooperation would be. Their first move, though, Grayson had stated clear as day. The truce between the Trifect and the guilds would have to be broken, and the easiest step to that was obvious, ending the life of the Watcher. Good luck, Watcher, Thren said softly, doing everything to subdue his anger, to think clearly and carefully as he knew he must. Despite his frustration, he felt pride. All the way to Modena, Grayson had said. The Watcher's reputation had spread throughout the four nations, coast to coast. Good luck. He wiped his hand with a cloth. My son. Chapter 4. The parade of men in chains seemed endless as Victor stood before the king's dungeon, a large, ungainly block attached to the side of the castle. They'd even started tying people with rope, having run out of manacles. An excellent day, Victor thought. He doubted it could have started any better. "My lord," said Seth, leader of Victor's guard. He was heavy-set, bearded, and had been a battle-worn servant of the Kane household for almost 2 decades. Sir Antonil Capernus wishes to speak with you. Send him over, Victor said. Seth bowed, hurried away. Moments later, Antonil arrived, wearing the regal armor of his position as captain of the guard and protector of His Majesty's city. His long blonde hair peeked out from the lower limits of his helmet. Scars of battle marked his face. A shield hung from his back, and his long sword swung at his hip. The guard captain bowed low and addressed him with sincere respect. "My Lord Victor, I come at behest of my king," he said, standing straight. "He thought it best I help oversee your endeavor, as well as ensure my own guards assist you in any way they can." Victor grinned at the knight. "Are you sure about that? I thought our gracious king might fear giving too much assistance, lest he earn the ire of both the guilds and the trifect." Antonil's smile hardened and his voice lowered. "Perhaps. In all things, I protect the people of this city. You'd best remember that. Your men may carry weapons and the king's blessing, but upon my word, they lose both and join the men they've arrested in a cell. All I do for the people of this city, Antonil." Antonil nodded, but did not respond. Victor felt his respect growing. The man looked tired, frustrated, but hid it well. An air of authority hovered over him, and whenever he cast his eyes about, even Victor's own men stood at attention. "There are so many," Antonil said, turning to the lines before the dungeon entrance. "We cannot fit them all." "We don't need to," Victor said. "Follow me, and I will explain." Victor led the way. There were 5 lines, all steadily shuffling forward as Victor's soldiers brought in their latest catch. Though some wore the cloaks of the guilds, most did not. They were merchants, peasants, prostitutes, even the homeless and the beggars. Antonil took in the sight, and his frown deepened. "They are not under arrest," Victor explained. "At least, not most. We are here for answers, Antonil, and to get them we must ask questions. Information is our greatest weapon against the shadows these scum cloak themselves in. It should please you greatly to know we fully abide by the law." They stopped at the head of one of the 5 lines. An older man sat at a desk, a lengthy parchment before him, along with a large inkwell and quill. Before him was a fat merchant on his knees, 2 soldiers holding him still. His clothes were smeared with mud, and across his right cheek was an angry cut that oozed blood. At their arrival, the merchant glanced their way and paused. "Continue," said the old scribe before him. "Their names, if you know them." I don't." "Then their descriptions. And remember, we will talk to them as well." The merchant glanced their way. Victor put a hand on his shoulder. "The law will protect you," he said. "Speak the truth, and hold faith. It will only be a matter of time. They cannot hide forever." Their eyes met, just for a moment, and then the merchant turned to the scribe. "The bastards' names are Jock and Kevis, both in the Wolf Guild." His voice trailed off as Victor led Antonil away. "I don't understand," Antonil said beside him. "We cannot just arrest anyone in the guilds. Our arrangement forbids it, for it is they who police the streets." "It should be you who polices the streets, not them," Victor said. "And you are no fool, so think. It doesn't matter if the guilds hold to the agreement and do not steal. They still extort, they still kill. They demand bribes of merchants, smuggle goods to avoid tariffs, and flood your streets with powders and leaves that addle the minds of your people." He gestured to the lines. "Right now we gather evidence against them. We get names. We list crimes. When we capture them, we steadily move upward. We take everyone we can, then repeat the process. All of it, written and stored forever, unable to be killed or silenced. Time will not save them from their crimes. I will find them. All of them." "But why here? Why in the open streets?" Victor grinned, and gestured to the dungeon behind them. If they refuse, or lie, that is where they go. When their eyes wander, they see the fate awaiting them for such transgressions. Besides, let the whole city watch what we do. Let them know I am here and will not stop. I will never stop, not until this city is a place of lambs instead of leeches. Antonil swallowed hard, looked back to the line. You release them after you're done, correct? He asked. The innocent ones, yes. And then they go home, having been seen by all, known by all to have talked. You know what will happen to them, Victor. You're sentencing them to death. Victor whirled on Antonil, leaned in close. If they die, it isn't by my hand, but the hands of murderers and thieves who should have never been allowed to live as long as they have. I do what must be done to save Veldaren from itself. I am no fool. This is a new kind of war, but blood will still be shed. If your guards do their jobs, those men and women will live. Stop cowering in fear of the dark corners. Antonil met his gaze a while longer, refusing to back down. Victor's respect for him continued to grow. As the silence stretched, a man in a green cloak was led toward the dungeon door, then around to the side. Antonil noticed this and gestured in that direction. "Where does he go?" he asked. "I shall show you." Victor led Antonil around the back to where two elderly men stood before a tall table. To the side was a hastily constructed platform, and in its center was a thick wood block. Seeing it, Antonil clenched his jaw and his eyes widened. "Calm yourself," Victor said. "They are your judges, those appointed by Edwin, not myself. They hear our evidence, read what we have collected, and then offer sentencing." While the man with the green cloak was dragged before one of the judges, another climbed the 2 steps of the platform. His face was ashen, and his eyes remained locked on the floor. By Victor's guess, he was 15, 16 at most. 2 of Victor's soldiers led him to the block, where a heavy-set man waited, axe in hand. "How many?" Antonil asked quietly as the thief was flung atop the block, his arms tied by ropes looped through holes in the platform. 17 today, Victor said. By tomorrow it should be twice that. The list of crimes grows by the hour. 17, Antonil whispered. How many executed? And how many sent to the dungeon? Victor shook his head. You still don't understand, do you? Your judges do. Mercy has been extended long enough here. All 17 have met your executioner's blade. The dungeon is only for those who refuse to cooperate, who would rather bite their tongues than reveal the guilty. This is war, Antonil. War against the very culture that has twisted and perverted everything great about Veldaren, and turned it into something wicked. We have no time for prisoners. The executioner lifted his axe. Neither Victor nor Antonil looked away as it descended. There were no onlookers, no gathered crowds, so they easily heard the plop of the head hitting the wood, the sound of the blood dripping across the platform, and the untying of the ropes as men cleared away the body. I want every name, Antonil said, every crime, every shred of proof leveraged against the men who died here today. Of course, Victor said. I understand your fear that we will execute an innocent. It won't happen, Antonil. I won't let it. The only sins I'll bear shall come from waiting as long as I did. Come with me. I'll tell Seth to prepare everything you need. As they walked back toward the initial 5 lines, Antonil stepped in his way, grabbed him by the front of his collar, and pulled him close. Victor tensed, but he sensed no anger, no threat. Antonil's eyes met his, and they were full of fear and hope. They'll kill you, Antonil whispered. Something like this, so grand, so terrifying. They won't let it stand. I don't care how many guards you have, how careful you are. They'll still slit your throat, cut your body into pieces, and then scatter the remains about the city. You are a dead man, Victor. Victor took a step closer, put a hand on Antonil's shoulder. Let them try. He pulled away from the guard captain, then motioned Seth over. Everything he requests, fulfill to the best of your abilities, he said. I must return to my room and ensure no spectres lurk in its corners. Oh, and Antonil? Victor sighed, tried to see things from the other's perspective. His grin faded, and he let some of his honest worry shine through. I know I might die doing this, he said, but when? How long? Because each day we do this, the sun shines that much brighter upon Veldaren. Succeed or fail, I'll have done something. What drives you, Victor? Antonil asked as Victor put his back to him and walked down the street. What madness would have you risk so much for so little? Victor waved goodbye and did not answer. Unguarded, he walked down the street, but he never felt alone. His men were everywhere, always watching, always searching. They saluted as they passed him by, and each time he smiled back. Just a small smile and a meeting of the eyes. He wanted each man to think he'd put special interest in him, watching closely for signs of greatness. For the most part, it was true. And when he received that night's report, listing the dead under his command, he'd recognize every name, remember every face. Steeling himself against the pain did little to help. King Edwin had not offered them a place to stay, just as Victor had expected. The man was a coward, and Victor was lucky enough to have had the king go along with his plan, however distantly. But the castle was not a safe place anyway. It was too big, too grandiose, with all its windows, high ceilings, and lengthy halls filled with a million shadows. Most of Victor's men would be staying in inns scattered about the town. Victor had carefully chosen his home, though, and secured it before ever going to Edwin. Eyes watched him from rooftops, but it didn't matter if they saw where he slept. The constant surveillance only showed how frightened they were of him. Evening, Victor said to the two men stationed before the entrance of what would be his home for the foreseeable future. It had once been a tavern, shuttered for months until Victor bought it. Every single window was boarded up. All doors but one had been nailed shut and then bricked. There was but one entrance, and it was to be guarded at all times. Upon his arrival, he'd filled its stores with food and drink, carefully packed away. He would search no food for glass, require no taster for poison. Everything watched, everything controlled, just as he liked. The outside soldiers banged on the door a few times, then called out Victor's name. Moments later, it was unbarred and opened by the interior guards. Victor nodded, pleased with their attention to detail, and then stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, and while it had a vacant feel, it was still being meticulously cleaned. Servants moved about, and upon seeing him they quickly bowed and asked if he had any needs. "Wine, if possible," he said, unbuckling his sword, "and something light to eat. Bring it to my room when ready." The servants bowed again. Victor climbed the stairs as they hurried into the kitchen. Another of his precautions. The servants were all male, and had been in his service before coming to Veldaren. They stayed within the tavern, leaving only when they must. He'd even implemented rules with the guards that all servants were to strip naked, hand over their clothes, and then dress again on the other side of the door. A severe measure, but he could not be too careful. The fate of the entire city rested on his survival. He couldn't risk a servant's accepting a hefty bribe. His room was sparse, his only luxury a bookcase full of carefully bound writings. The mixture was eclectic, from philosophers to kings to old wives who wrote children's fables. He was drifting his fingers over the spines, pondering what to read that night when he heard the door close behind him. Well, aren't you a careful bastard? Victor's heart caught in his throat. He'd tossed his sword onto the bed upon entering, and he thought to leap for it. Instead, he turned and stood proud and tall while confronting his no-doubt murderer. "Not careful enough," he said, meeting his intruder's eyes. He was a dark-skinned man, with darker hair that grew down to his shoulders. His gray clothes were clearly that of a guild, but more noticeable were his eyes. One was a deep brown, the other a bloody red. "Have you come to kill me, thief?" he asked. The intruder chuckled. "I could, but that wouldn't be interesting, would it? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Deathmask, leader of the Ash Guild, and I've come with a proposal." Victor felt his muscles relax, but only a little. The intruder didn't seem particularly dangerous, and he carried no visible weapons. He leaned with his back against the door, his arms crossed over his chest. "A proposal?" Victor asked, thinking to stall. He took a single step toward the man, shifting himself closer to his weapon. "Two proposals, actually," Deathmask said. "First proposal is that you don't do anything stupid like calling for guards, or grabbing that sword of yours. Once I hear an answer to that one, we can move on to proposal number 2. Victor felt his heart skip a beat, and he stepped away from the bed toward his bookcase. "So be it," he said, clenching his fists at his sides. "I am listening." "Excellent. Now, to make sure we both understand each other. You do know who I am, right?" Victor nodded. He'd done extensive research on the various guilds before coming to Veldaren, learning what he could about their leaders, their habits, vices, and weaknesses. As for the Ash Guild, "You're the one guild that made the least sense," Victor said. "Run by a man called eccentric at best, insane at worst. 4 years ago you usurped control from Garrick Lowe, killing or disbanding nearly the entire guild. Estimates vary, but all claim you now have fewer than 10 members. One man suggested there were only 4 of you, but that is ridiculous." "Is it?" Deathmask asked, grinning. "No, that's true. There are just the 4 of us. Smaller than the rest of the guilds, sure. But I've found having a few dangerous, intelligent people is far better than having a guild full of mouth-breathers." Victor's mind clicked, and he shook his head in disbelief. "And easier to split the rather handsome sum the Trifect pays for protection, correct?" Deathmask shrugged. "That too." Victor shifted closer to his weapon, then relaxed. If Deathmask hadn't killed him yet, he wasn't going to. At least not until he had an answer to his proposition. "Why are you here?" Victor asked. "I could ask the same of you," Deathmask said, tapping his fingers together. "A long-vanished lord returns with a miniature army, with the sole aim to clear out the guilds? Preposterous. But I do not care, because that is not how I operate, Victor. Why you do what you do is irrelevant to me. All that matters is that things go as I desire. And right now, I'd like to help you." "Help me?" Victor lifted an eyebrow. "How?" "I can give you names, locations, shipping dates, or I could bring you bodies. Either is fine with me." Victor shook his head. "This won't protect you, Deathmask. I offer no clemency, not to anyone. I will not accept the help of the very criminals I have come to eradicate." "You mistake me," Deathmask said, stepping closer. A fire burned bright in his mismatched eyes. "I seek no pardon, no clemency, for I won't need it. Tell me, of all the men who wilted before your Inquisition, how many have spoken my name? How many pointed their finger at the Ash Guild? Victor had not studied the entirety of the lists, but he'd gone over them as the day wore on and listened in on several confessions. Try as he might, he could think of nothing, and told Deathmask so. "Exactly," said the thief, "and you will find nothing. We are not like the others. My guild is not careless, not foolish. No one will turn on me. No one will provide a single bit of evidence for you to use against me in any court, no matter how much of a sham it might be. Your crusade is no threat to me, only a nuisance at worst, entertainment at best. So then, now that we might understand each other, recognize that I could be your ally in this instead of your enemy. Let me help you. The destruction of the other guilds is something that would greatly amuse me." His words were honey, but his eyes were death. Victor shook his head. "You may pretend, you may feign innocence, but I am no fool. You are murderers, thieves, butchers. I will not taint all that I do with your presence, not if I am to succeed." "I'm a dangerous man to have as an enemy, Victor." Victor stood tall and spread his shoulders wide, as if daring the man to strike. "Kill me, then," he said. "I'll die eventually, but it won't be as a hypocrite." They stared, matching wills, but then Deathmask broke into a smile. "You fascinate me," he said. "You won't die tonight. Not by me, anyway." He turned to the corner of the room, put his hand against it. Shadows swelled, thickening as if into a liquid. The guild master looked back. His smile had hardened. "Those who loudest profess the law tend to have the greatest crimes to hide. I wonder just what secrets you have buried deep in the dark soil." The darkness swelled, began to swirl. With a mocking bow, Deathmask vanished through it. Just like that, the portal was gone, and Victor was alone in his room. He took a step toward the wall and ran his fingers across it. It was cool to the touch, as if a frost had settled over it. He struck it twice, unable to help himself. "Magic," he whispered. All his planning, all his care, meant nothing to a man who could walk through walls. And if Deathmask could do so, then others could as well. How long until the spiders or serpents obtained a scroll to appear directly below his bed while he slept? He needed defenses, those of the arcane kind. Sleep could wait until it was safe. Grabbing his sword off his bed, he reached for the door, only to have someone knock from the other side. He jumped, then felt his neck blush. Deathmask's visit had unnerved him more than he'd thought. "Yes?" he asked, flinging it open. The waiting soldier took a step back, surprised by how quickly Victor had come. "My lord," said the soldier, "there's something we feel you should see." Victor thought to ask, then just shook his head. It didn't matter what it was. He'd need to handle it in person. These first few days were the most fragile. Nothing could be left to chance. "Lead on," he said. Chapter 5. Haern rushed across the rooftops, and he was not alone. In the moonlight he saw many others in the distance, scrambling to and fro to avoid the roads. Most fled before his arrival, for they recognized his presence above all others. He was their watcher, their punisher, their executioner. Victor might be a new enemy, but they still understood who was the deadlier threat. Reaching the temple to Asher, Haern stopped, and atop a 2-story building he knelt. The building was rented to large families, forced to share such meager rooms. From within he heard a child crying, not loudly, just a constant whimper that put a damper on Haern's mood. As the moonlight dimmed, thick clouds slowly spreading across the sky let loose a heavy rumble. Rain. Pulling his hood tighter over his head, Haern chuckled. Of course it was raining. The perfect capstone to a long, terrible day. Pausing for a rest, he watched the streets. His brow furrowed when he saw a group of Victor's men rushing north. They appeared frightened. His knees cracked as he stood, and he let out a groan. Night after night of stalking the rooftops was taking its toll. He feared one day he wouldn't be able to walk without a heavy stoop. Haern thought to follow the men, then changed his mind. The alley they'd appeared from led into spider territory, and by the flickering light he saw more torches within. The patrols had found something. But what? And more important, how willing would they be to share the discovery with him? He dropped to the ground, drew his sabers, and then ran. He felt better with the hilts in his hands, cold and hard. In a fair fight, he knew of few who might challenge him, and even if overwhelmed, it was Haern who tended to come out unscathed. At the alley entrance he peered inside, saw 3 more soldiers standing around, torches in hand. Haern decided not to risk a scene just yet. Retreating back a space, he climbed the wall of the nearby home. From the rooftop he heard them talking. "What in blazes you think it means?" "Means nothing. That's what I've been saying. Just nonsense." "Can't be nonsense. You don't go to this much trouble for nonsense. It's a message." Haern's stomach hardened. He desperately hoped he was wrong, but when he peered over the edge of the building, he saw he was not. A man lay dead on his back between the 3. Judging by his cloak and dress, he was a member of the Spider Guild. When Haern looked to the wall, he saw the message written in blood, this time smaller, more hurried. Tongue of gold, eyes of silver. Run, run, little spider, from the widow's quiver. The 3 soldiers were still discussing the rhyme when Haern crouched closer to the edge. "Widow, eh?" the tallest of the 3 asked. "Who's that?" "Black Widow, that's what I say," said another, a red-haired man with a heavily scarred face. When the other 2 scoffed, he pressed on. "This guy's a spider, right? Think about it. They go out to some whore, only it ain't a regular whore. It's a Black Widow, and after she's done pleasing him, well—" He curled 2 of his fingers and pretended to stab them into his neck. The 3 all laughed. It was nervous, forced. They were trying to make light of the corpse before them to dismiss the mystery. "And this?" asked the tall man, jamming a thumb toward the wall. The redhead shrugged. "Whore fancies herself a poet?" They laughed again, this time far too loudly. Haern was tempted to startle them, show them how unsafe they were, but he had no need. A loud voice called them to attention, and they jumped. Haern's eyes narrowed as he saw Lord Victor enter the alley with an escort of soldiers. "What is the meaning of this?" Victor asked, approaching the corpse. The men shrugged. "Just a dead thief," said the 3rd. "But this one's a bit odd. Thought you should see. Liam, open his mouth and show him." The redhead knelt, grabbed the dead thief's mouth, and pulled it open. The gold on his tongue sparkled in the torchlight. Victor muttered a curse. "Not just this," said the tall man. "The wall, too. Looks like the killer left her name." "Her?" asked Victor. "Or him," the man corrected. "Guess we can't judge the tastes of a dead man, can we?" Victor looked to the wall. Haern watched as the man's grip on his hilt tightened with each line he read. "Is this a hit between thieves?" Victor asked. "That'd be my guess," said one of the soldiers. "And a foul guess it is," Haern said, his voice startling many into reaching for their weapons. He ignored them as they spun about, cursing or preparing for a fight. Check his eyes. As a couple swore, Victor leaned down and his hand brushed over the face. Seeing the silver for eyes, Victor shook his head and frowned. "Leave us," he said. At first, Haern made to go, then realized Victor spoke to his own soldiers. "My lord," said Liam, "are you sure?" "That's an order." The protest died. The men funneled out to the main street, leaving Victor alone in the alley. Haern put a hand on the rooftop's edge and swung himself to the ground. He landed silently, not even his cloak making a rustle. Victor stood over the body, and he let out a sigh. "What is this?" he asked. "You know this city. Tell me." "I'm not sure I should help you," Haern said. "Forget your stubborn pride," Victor said, glaring at him. "A man died. I want to know how and why." Haern looked to the dead thief, saw the silver glinting in his eyes. "I dunno," he said. "Twice now I have seen this arrangement, along with the rhyme on the wall." He knelt beside the corpse and lifted it up. Finding what he wanted, he gestured so Victor might see as well. A tiny bolt embedded in the back of the man's neck. "Poison?" Victor asked. Haern nodded, glad the man could make the connection. "Quick, silent, hard to stop," Haern said. "I'm not sure it's what kills them, though. Look." He pulled away the silver and gestured into the hollow eye cavities. One was filled with more blood than the other, and contained a puncture wound leading into the brain. "So whoever it is paralyzes them, tortures them, and then kills them?" Victor asked. "Appears so," Haern said. "Easy enough to understand. But then you have this." He gestured to the coins, the writing. "You said a rival guild is a foul guess," Victor said. "Why is that?" "Because a guild would either claim it or destroy any evidence to avoid retribution. This is neither. This is mockery, or a riddle, or vengeance for a blood feud. Whatever it isn't normal, and it isn't a guild. One, maybe two men working together." "All women," Victor said, glancing at the rhyme. Haern stood, and he backed away from the lord. The shadows of his hood protected his face, so that only his eyes shone out. Most wilted under his stare, but this Victor was unafraid, and met them without flinching. "Watcher," Victor said, "I've wanted to meet you since I stepped foot in Veldaren. Forgive my boast before the king earlier. I know what you've done, and it is truly impressive. But your way is doomed to fail, and that is why I have come. You can't control them any longer." "They fear me," Haern said, shaking his head at the foolish noble. "That is why I can control them. What can you do? What terror can you inspire with a few scrolls, judges, and soldiers?" Victor pulled the gold coins from the corpse's mouth, then stared into the vacant eyes. "They fear you, for they know you are with them in the shadows." He looked up. "But they will come to fear me more, Watcher, for I will leave them with no shadows at all. That is my terror. That is the difference between us. You skulk and hide in their midst, and with every murder you become more like them. You are something they can understand. You are greater than them. You are frightening, but you are still just one man, and the moment you die, everything you've built will come crashing down. Let me help you. Let me save your legacy." Haern heard no lie, no doubt. Victor meant every word. As much as Haern wanted to dismiss him, he heard the promise of another life, of a chance to pull the weight of Veldaren off his shoulders. "You really think you can cleanse this city?" he asked. "I can. I will." Haern leaped. kicked off the wall, and then grabbed a windowsill. With it, he pulled himself to the rooftop, then spun, hulking like a gargoyle from a castle edge. "Why?" he asked. "What gain? What reason?" "You are the nameless man patrolling the rooftops at night," Victor said, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Yet you wonder about my intentions?" Despite the seriousness, despite the body, Haern let out a laugh. "Very well," he said. "Happy hunting." Zusa had sent a runner back to the Gemcroft mansion to warn of their arrival, no doubt scrambling the servants about in preparation. Normally Elisa would have thought to do so herself, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. After all, it wasn't often a parent returned from the dead. Elisa and Melody sat together in the litter, with Zusa following alongside, ignoring the stares she received for her attire. There might not be room for her within, but she wouldn't leave Elisa unguarded. The sun had begun to set, and so the guards escorting them carried torches. Given everyone's somber mood, it almost felt like a funeral. Upon reaching their mansion, Zusa offered her hand to Elisa, who took it as she stepped out. Together they looked upon their home, both quiet, both sullen. "It will be difficult, but Nathaniel must be told," Zusa said. "I know." Melody emerged from the other side. Her clothes still hung from her thin body, but a bit of energy showed in her step as she looked upon her old home. "Just as I remembered," she said. Elisa went to her mother's side and offered her arm for support. Melody took it, smiling, and then together they walked the path toward the door. Zusa followed after, feeling like an outcast. They were family, however distant. What was Zusa, though? Friend? Bodyguard? Not blood. Certainly not that. Whatever family she might have had, it had been lost to her upon her entering Karak's temple. Nothing but a sacrifice made to serve. Melody stopped in the doorway of the mansion, her whole body trembling. She looked about, saw the paintings, the lush carpet, and the wood carefully stained and cleaned by an army of servants. "Home," she whispered. For a moment she stood perfectly still, and then closed her eyes and breathed in deeply, as if she could pull the very essence of the mansion into her lungs. Tears fell down her face, and sobs tore from her throat. Elisa held her as that tiny body shuddered with each breath. Whatever doubt Zusa felt vanished at the sight. The torment was real. The sorrow, the joy, all mixed, all confused. No pretender could pull off such a powerful display. Her insides twisting, Zusa hurried away, more than ever feeling like a trespasser. Her room was out behind the mansion, in converted servants' quarters made flat and empty so that she might train. As Zusa hurried through the halls toward the back, she was stopped by a boy calling her name. "Zusa?" She turned, then smiled despite her worry. Nathaniel Gemcroft stood in the doorway of his room, dressed in his finest tunic. Already it looked tight on him, and she laughed at his obvious discomfort. "You grow like a weed," she said. He glanced downward, obviously embarrassed. He had his mother's features, delicate, soft, and with a mop of red hair atop his head. Though he was barely 9, he was fiercely intelligent, and Zusa had grown attached to him over the years, as had much of the mansion's staff. "The servants say, well, you know, is it true?" Nathaniel looked up at her, and she saw the turmoil in his green eyes. "It seems so," she said. "Why the worry? She is your grandmother, and will be pleased to see such a fine grandson." Nathaniel shifted his feet and tugged at the hem of his tunic with his one arm. Because Mother will worry, won't she? Mother's enemies might want Grandmother to take her place. Such intelligence for one so young. Zusa sensed John Gandrum's influence here. The Lord of Felwood had found and protected Nathaniel after his near death at the hands of a vicious lover of Alisa's. Ever since, the old man had played the father figure, and nearly every summer Nathaniel went to his castle to learn to ride, wield a sword, and command himself before the people. Evidently, he'd also learned of the many ploys men might use to gain favor and power. John was currently staying as a guest in their mansion, and Zusa tried not to think of how he might react to Melody's return. Zusa knelt before Nathaniel, put her hands on his shoulders. "All that matters is that you show her respect," she said. "Do not fear for your mother, and give no thought to her enemies. I'll be watching over her always, and no one is more dangerous than me." "What about the Watcher?" Nathaniel asked, and he cracked a smile. Zusa kissed his forehead. "Not even him. Now go, introduce yourself, and make sure John does as well." He bowed, then hurried away. She watched him, biting her lip as he vanished around a corner. If Melody and Nathaniel got along, perhaps it would ease Alisa's discomfort. Not that it would help Zusa any. She'd felt no discomfort when Alisa took lovers and potential suitors. Why did this bother her so? She didn't know. She didn't care. Back in her room, she stripped naked, then tightened the wrappings about herself. Her mind drifted, as it often did during the lengthy, tedious task. Alisa had once asked why she didn't wear regular clothes since leaving the Order of the Faceless Women. "Regular clothes get in the way," she'd told her, and there was some truth to that. She could not leap and climb in a dress. But mostly it was that in applying the wrappings, loop over loop about her slender arms, legs, and waist, she felt herself sliding away. They were poor armor, but they protected her from the minds of men. Anyone seeing her knew she was different, and had to treat her as such. In combat, she was not a woman, but a specter, a mystery. At times, she even thought to hide her face as she once had, but could not do it. That was her rebellion, however shallow it might be. Those who died by her daggers would die seeing her face, and in her eyes they'd see no mercy, no grace, just a killer better than they. Pulling her cloak back over her shoulders, she slipped out into the night. Alleys and rooftops passed by her, and she was dimly aware of them. At one time she'd been an assassin for her priests, and greatly feared by those aware of her existence. With enough coin given as donation, the Temple of Karak could eliminate even the most powerful of lords. Rumors even told of kings and queens who had died by the faceless for daring to publicly condemn faith in Karak. But now she was just one of many dangerous killers crawling the night, with little purpose, little meaning. Alisa was her ward. The doings of thieves and murderers meant nothing to her. Well, almost nothing. There was the Watcher. "What brings you out this night?" asked Haern, as if her thoughts had summoned him into existence. Zusa turned. She crouched atop a spire of a mansion belonging to some minor lord who'd long since moved out of Veldaren to safer lands. Haern stood behind her, leaning against the chimney with a subdued smile on his face. He'd pulled back his hood, revealing his handsome face. "Sometimes even mansions aren't big enough," she said. Haern chuckled. "I stayed in one for a few years, and was never allowed to leave except when at my father's side. I explored every inch of it 100 times, and I dare say they can seem quite small when they're your whole world." He joined her side, and together they overlooked the city. The night was deep, and in the starlight the city seemed calm, empty. But that was not what Zusa sensed. There was a tightness in the air, and glancing at Haern, she saw she was not alone in feeling it. Perhaps it wasn't just melody that bothered her. "Something the matter?" she asked him. "Just Victor," he said, not looking at her, still torn on what to think, and how much to trust him. "Victor?" she asked. He glanced her way, an eyebrow raised in disbelief. "Where have you been today?" he asked. "Busy." He shrugged. "Look into it, then. I wouldn't be surprised if he pays your mansion a visit tomorrow. A change is underway, and from the way he talks, I don't think it is just the low-born thieves he aims to scatter. Elisa would do well to make friends with him." "I'll remember." They fell silent again. As he stared, she looked him over. Ever since their time together in Angelport, he'd been a far more subdued person. Even now, as they relaxed underneath the moonlight, it looked as if he carried a terrible weight on his shoulders. His encounter with a man known as the Wraith had shaken him to his core, sent him prowling the nights with increased zeal. Zusa shook her head. She wondered how long until he cracked, and could take no more. Then, again, she'd seen his strength. For good or ill, giving up didn't ever seem to be an option with him. Slowly, carefully, as if reaching toward a frightened animal, she put her hand on his shoulder and squeezed. She wanted to be reassuring, but such talk was awkward for her, almost foreign to her tongue. It didn't help that she was unaware of his deeper troubles. "You are strong," she said. "None can defeat you, so do not be afraid." "It doesn't matter," Haern said, but despite the frustration in his voice, he did not pull away from her touch. "I may kill thousands, but I will still die. What happens then, Zusa? What will I have accomplished? There will be no peace when I am buried, only a celebration of fire, theft, and murder." Zusa swallowed. "Tears will be shed. Not for me." "You are wrong." He stood, but his head remained low, his back hunched. His cloaks curled over him like gray wings. Her admission seemed to slide off him like water. "Fine, then," Zusa said, feeling her temper flaring. "What if you're right, and it is pointless? Why continue?" Haern chuckled. "Because I'm not dead yet. Have a safe night, Zusa." "You too, Watcher." Pulling his hood over his head hid his face in shadow, but she could still see his mouth, and the way it curled into a half-smile at the mention of the Watcher. "Haern," he said. "To you, let me always be Haern. The Watcher should have no friends." At this she laughed, then blew him a kiss as he vanished into the night. Staring where he'd been, she thought on his words. "Victor," she whispered. "Who is Victor?" Haern had told her to look into it, so she would, but not yet. With his absence, her mind drifted once more to the mansion and Melody waiting there. Must she burden Elisa with even more worries? Whoever this Victor was, Zusa hoped that he would indeed be friend instead of foe. Their life had been turned upside down enough as it was. She once more took to running across the rooftops, the exertion welcome to her muscles. She was getting older, felt it in her bones. It had been 9 years since she'd stumbled upon a frightened, endangered Elisa. Zusa had been young then, but not anymore. It seemed everyone she knew was getting older. How long until even the Watcher was nothing but bent back and wrinkled hands? At the image she laughed. As if Haern would ever age. He probably wouldn't let it happen, too stubborn for even time to defeat him. Old instincts guided her along, up walls, through windows, and across dark alleys many feared to tread when the sun went down. She was unaware of where she went, her thoughts elsewhere. But when she crept to the top of a roof and stared out across the street before her, she shivered. Sinking into old patterns, she'd come to the Temple of Karak, hidden deep in Veldaren's wealthy district. 1,000 memories assaulted her, most of them painful. The beatings, the trials, the methodical breaking of everything that made her a woman, coupled with the hiding of her body and face with cloth and wrappings. The priests had branded her a faceless, an outcast meant only to serve in penance. But not all the memories were terrible. She fondly recalled her sisters Eliora and Nava, and their camaraderie in the face of such persecution. And, of course, Davaric's touch, the taste of his lips, the feel of his hands upon her, before they'd been discovered, been punished. A chill spread through her chest, and she shoved such memories away. Looking to the temple, she muttered a curse, a hope that the earth would swallow up the obsidian pillars and lion statues, leaving nothing but a scar where the temple had been. And it was then that she saw the movement, just a shadow among shadows. The sight of it nearly stopped her heart. "No," she whispered. Drawing her daggers, she leaped from the roof and gave chase. It had been heading north, a black shape with a cloak. But it was no thief she'd seen. Oh no, something far worse than that. Her legs pumped, and she was but a blur on the streets. When she lost sight of her prey, she leaped atop a nearby home and catapulted herself into the air. Calling upon the innate powers she'd developed over her years of training, she sailed forward, her arms outward, her daggers pointed down like the talons of a hawk. As she slowly fell, she once more spotted her prey. Twisting her arms together, Zusa spun, and she plummeted at a vicious speed. When she landed, it was upon a large 2-story set of homes, the roof long and flat. Before her, at the edge of the roof, was her nightmare. She wore black and dark purple wrappings, tightly woven around her body. A white cloth covered her face, masking her features. A gray cloak trailed behind her. Another faceless. "Who are you?" Zusa asked as the other woman turned around, her own daggers drawn. "You?" the faceless woman asked, her voice revealing her surprise. "Zusa, yes. The betrayer, the murderer of the faithful. They've told us of you, warned us of your blasphemy." "They?" asked Zusa, her whole body tensing. "I was the last of the faceless. What cruel joke are you?" "My name is Ezra," the woman said, adopting a crouch similar to Zusa's. Her body was thinner and shorter. Judging by the voice and the hint of features she could see through the cloth mask, Zusa guessed her to be very young. "And I am the first of the new. The order has been remade, and it is my honor to deliver you to Karak, so we might wash away your sins with blood." "My sins?" Zusa asked, grinning. "Which ones?" "You show your face," said Ezra. "You are a disgrace, a weakling. My faith will bring you low." Ezra's lithe body uncoiled, leaping out like a viper, her daggers twin fangs. Zusa fell back, surprised by the speed. Twisting to one side, she avoided a stab, then batted away the other. Planting her feet, she ducked low and cut. Ezra blocked with both her daggers, then tried to kick. A foolish move. Zusa spun again, her feet dancing. When she leaped forward, Ezra was out of position, the snap kick having put her balance at risk. Her daggers flashed in, finding flesh. Ezra screamed, but instead of countering, she tried to retreat. Zusa gave her no chance. Her grim smile remained. Ezra was younger, faster, but she was clearly new to the order, and could not hope to match the sheer skill Zusa had developed over many long years. She'd fought the Watcher to a standstill. This little whelp of a woman was nothing compared to that. A feint pulled Ezra's weapons out of position, and then Zusa stepped close, legs sweeping. Ezra hit the ground with a cry of pain. Blood spilled across the rooftop. Zusa fell atop her, knees pressing against her shoulders, locking them in place. With one hand, Zusa clutched Ezra's wrists together, the other pressing a dagger against the woman's throat. "You think your faith means anything?" Zusa asked, breathing the question into her ear. "You think it gives you the strength to challenge me? You are a fool, Ezra, as is whoever brought back our order." "Kill me," Ezra said. "I am not afraid." Zusa's eyes narrowed. She shifted her weight, tightening with her thighs so that she squeezed against the 2 stab wounds she'd given Ezra in her stomach. They weren't deep enough to be fatal, but they'd certainly hurt like the abyss. Ezra clenched her teeth, but Zusa squeezed tighter until she finally let out a scream. "You should be afraid of me," Zusa said, pressing the dagger hard enough to draw a drop of blood. It ran down the edge of her dagger, then dripped from the hilt to the dark wrappings. "I can do more than hurt you." She picked up Ezra's wrists, then slammed them down to make her drop her weapons. With her unarmed, Zusa then took the dagger from her throat and began to cut. Quick, calculated strikes. She knew where. She'd wrapped herself in a similar manner for over a decade. The wrappings about Ezra's face fell to the roof, exposing her small nose, cream-colored skin, and short brown hair. Her hazel eyes stared up at Zusa with a mixture of horror and fury. "How dare you?" Ezra asked, through clenched teeth. "They hide your beauty to mask their own shame," said Zusa, "not so you might earn penance in Karak's eyes." "I will not listen to your blasphemy." "You don't need to." Zusa put the tip of her dagger against Ezra's left eye. "Tell me the name of the man who brought back our order, or I will scar your face so terribly, at least you will have a reason to keep it hidden." Ezra swallowed and looked away. Zusa could see her trying to be brave, to hold fast to her loyalty to Karak. She shook her head, annoyed. Leaning even closer, she let her cheek brush against Ezra's, let her lips touch her ear. "Just a name," she breathed. "All I ask is a name. Who created you, gave you your lessons, your rules, your training. Do not make me mar your beauty. You suffer enough. Trust me, I know it well. Know your loathing, your anger, your frustration that the man you fucked suffered only whipping and a banishment to a new temple, while you must spend every waking moment as an outcast, humbled and cowering in hopes of forgiveness by our dear, beloved Karak." Ezra closed her eyes, struggled to maintain calm. "You would have me condemn my soul to fire. I would have you speak a name, you stupid girl. Now tell me or bid goodbye to your eye." Ezra breathed in deep, let it out. Zusa sensed the defeat in it and sighed in relief herself. She had no real intention of scarring the poor woman, forced into such a terrible punishment. That relief fled the moment she heard the name. "Davrik," the woman said, "come from Mordena with the highest blessings of the priesthood." "Davrik." "You lie," Zusa said. "You must lie." Ezra tilted her head back as the knife pressed against her eye, and she let out a cry as the tip dipped in and out of the white of her eyeball. Blood pooled, and a red tear slid down her face. "Do not insult me," she said. "Now do what you must." Zusa thought to jam her dagger through the woman's throat, but could not. Ezra was only confused, her mind twisted, her faith a noose about her slender neck. She stood and took a step back as her insides churned. "I want you to give Davrik a message," she said. "Why would he care what you have to say?" Ezra asked, kneeling. She ran a wrapped hand through her brown hair, then touched where she'd been cut across the stomach. "He will care," Zusa said. "Tell him." "Tell him Catherine must speak to him. and to find her along the eastern wall tomorrow night." Zusa turned to leave, glanced back. "And tell him to come alone." "We'll find you," Ezra said, struggling to a stand as the wounds in her stomach bled anew from the movement. "My sisters and I will kill you for this." "For what? Looking upon your eyes and hair?" Zusa smirked. "We faceless saw far more of each other than that." With a running leap, she soared into the air, leaving Ezra far behind. If only she could leave her troubles behind as easily. Davrick's face flashed before her eyes, so young, so handsome. Back before her name had been stripped away and rebranded as Zusa. Before they'd been caught together. Before her love of him had doomed her to a life as one of the faceless. She'd thought him dead, thought him gone, thought him forever out of her life. She'd thought wrong. "Damn you, Davrick," she whispered as she ran back to the Gemcroft mansion. "What cruel fate is this?" Chapter 6. Elisa slept terribly, and gladly welcomed the daylight when it shone through the violet curtains that covered her window. At least it meant she could get up instead of trying to fall back asleep. She bathed, and servants brushed her hair and helped her into a modest green dress. Through it all, she keenly felt Zusa's absence. Normally she lingered like a protective angel, but this morning, when Elisa needed her comfort most, she was gone. "Keep the meal small," she told her servants, "and ensure John Gandrum is invited to our table." "Yes, milady," one said, hurrying off to give the order. Finally ready to face the day, she dismissed the servants and stared at herself in the looking-glass. They'd done what they could, but the dark circles remained visible beneath her eyes, her face puffy. She'd spent much of the night in tears, all in confusion. She felt joy at having her mother back from the dead, and at times it nearly overwhelmed her. Other times she felt terror at the notion of losing control of everything she'd built, and if she closed her eyes tight, she could almost hear invisible gears turning, the machinations of 100 different lords and ladies seeking to use this newfound change against her. Sometimes she wished Melody had remained dead, and then immediately followed this up with shame and regret for such horrible, selfish desires. Yes, she was very glad the night was done. The last thing she wanted to be was alone with her thoughts. She was sick of them. Exiting her room, she crossed the hall to where her mother stayed. A servant was just leaving, her head ducked low and her eyes to the floor. "Is Melody dressed?" she asked. "Yes," said the servant, a pretty little thing with dark hair. "But I think perhaps she needs a moment alone." Elisa dismissed her, and, despite her advice, knocked on the door. No answer. She turned the knob and gently pushed it in. Stepping inside, she found her mother sitting on the edge of the bed. The image shocked her breath away. Melody wore an emerald dress that had long remained in storage, Elisa being too short to wear most of her mother's clothing. Her long hair was tied back into a painfully familiar braid, one Elisa used to tug when in a rambunctious mood. She looked like a ghost escaped from the past, and Elisa could almost imagine her childhood self sitting beside her, book in hand. Except tears were in her mother's eyes instead of the smile she'd known in the past. "Are you all right?" Elisa asked, strangely timid in her own house. She remained in the doorway, her cheek pressing against its darkly polished wood. "I will be fine," Melody said, dabbing at her eyes with a cloth. It's a bit overwhelming to be here once more." "I can only imagine," Elisa said. Melody smiled softly. "I have so many memories," she said. "Despite what Maynard did, there were good times, many good times. But let us not dwell on that. Mindy said you have prepared us breakfast, and I don't want to keep John waiting. Elisa's cheek twitched at that. John Gandrum was staying in their mansion as an honored guest, and was very much a father to her son. When Melody had introduced herself, John had seemed quite taken, and they'd been deep in conversation when Elisa left them to retire for the night. Idly, she wondered what a union between Fellwood Castle and the Gemcroft estate might mean for her son. So much added wealth and land. She shook her head, dashing the ridiculous fantasies away. "Indeed," she said, "I would hate to be rude." In their grand dining hall, John and Nathaniel sat beside each other in the center of the long oak table, looking humorously insignificant compared to the food stretched out before them. They had not begun eating yet, and Elisa was not surprised. John was most particular in his manners, and that was partly why Elisa had first sent her son to be fostered in his hall. John stood at their arrival, and Nathaniel quickly followed. She smiled at her son, looking so small and youthful beside the older lord, who was dressed in fine green robes and a thin silver crown across his forehead. "I fear your servants misunderstood," John said, tilting his head in respect. "We are only 4, yet they cook for 40. "The rest will eat after we are done," Elisa said, taking a seat opposite her son. She glanced to an upper corner of the room. "And it is 5, not 4. Come down, Zusa." Just a shadowy spider, Zusa climbed down from the tall rafter, hidden in shadows that clung to her most unnaturally. Raking a hand through her hair, she joined them without a word or smile. She looked exhausted, and Elisa knew without asking that she'd been out all night. Looking to her plate, already simmering with meats, eggs, and a choice of sweet rolls, Elisa felt her stomach twist. "Do you feel well, dear?" Melody asked. "I'm fine," Elisa said, forcing herself to nibble on some bacon so they would leave her be. From the corner of her eye, she caught Zusa's troubled expression. "What is it?" she asked softly as John and Nathaniel started up a conversation about some jousting tournament to start soon on the outskirts of the city. "We must speak soon, in private," her friend said. "One is of a personal matter, the other of Lord Victor and his foolish crusade." "Crusade? What are you talking about?" "Not now, and we must speak with Terence. If he has made even the slightest error, your life might be in danger." Terence? Elisa was baffled. Terence was a distant cousin of hers, a young man she'd appointed 4 years ago to be her master of coin and trade after the previous advisor had secretly worked against her, eventually making an attempt upon her life. So far as she knew, Terence was a good man, careful. How could an error by him put her life at risk? "Zusa, I don't like how vague this—" "Milady," interrupted a servant at the door. She was young and looked flustered. "A man seeks an audience with you and says it is quite urgent." "It can wait," Elisa said, more harshly than she meant. John glanced her way upon hearing the tone of her voice, but wisely kept his mouth shut. "Yes, of course, milady," said the servant. Well, he has many soldiers with him, and is very insistent that he speak with you." "Soldiers?" asked Melody, her eyes widening. "It's nothing," Elisa said, pushing away her barely touched plate. "I will meet with him, though he'd better pray to the gods his matter truly is urgent. What is this whelp's name?" "Lord Victor Kane," the servant girl said, bowing quickly before hurrying away. Elisa paused a moment upon hearing the name, and she looked to Zusa, whose eyes met hers. A warning went unspoken between them. "At my side," Elisa said softly as both stood. "Do you wish me to accompany you?" Melody asked as the two strode for the door. Elisa shook her head. "Stay, eat. I'm sure it is nothing." Elisa felt their eyes upon her as she exited. Zusa matched her pace, and together they walked through the halls, paintings of dead ancestors on either side of them. "You had something to say about this Victor, correct?" Elisa asked. "Now sounds like a good time to say it, and fast." "He's been given free rein by the king to pursue his agenda," Zusa said as they turned a corner, "rounding up every thief, merchant, and noble he can find who has broken the law. They are taken to the castle, judged, and more often than not executed on the spot. From what I've heard, he's been very thorough." Elisa stopped, her mouth dropping open. "How long has this been going on?" "Only a day." Elisa ran a hand through her hair, trying to piece the puzzle together. The Kane family sounded vaguely familiar, but how or why wasn't coming to her. "Who is this Victor?" she asked. "What do we know about him?" Zusa frowned. "A small lord, from an even smaller family. Inconsequential, really, until now. They own a meager castle, and control a modest but fertile stretch of land for growing wheat." Wheat. That was it. Elisa finally placed the Kane name. They'd had a few dealings before, nothing significant. A portion of the wheat market was controlled by their family. They weren't the dominant player in the market, nor the most aggressive. So now he enters Valdaran as if he's some righteous savior, come to arrest the guilty? Elisa asked. "In short, yes." Elisa chewed her lip, then resumed her walk. Upon nearing the door, she found Lord Victor already waiting in the foyer. He towered above her, such a tall man. His pleasant appearance, carefully trimmed blonde hair, and a smoothly shaven face matched what she'd expected. The chainmail he wore, and the sword he kept at his side, did not. Frustration bubbled over into anger in her chest. Letting the man in without first consulting her was stupid enough, but letting him keep his weapon? Inexcusable. At least he was alone, without guards. She felt no fear, for Zusa was with her. There was no chance he could lay a finger on her with a skilled woman at her side. "Greetings, Lady Gemcroft," Victor said, seeing their arrival. His voice was strong, charming. If he was nervous at meeting her, he did not show it. "Welcome to my home, Lord Victor," she responded, curtsying slightly. As she did, she took stock of the man. He was handsome, and his smile came easily to his face. Their eyes met, and that was when she saw the hardness hiding within, coupled with a grim determination. She felt as if she stood before a charging bull, but she was no delicate flower, nor made of fragile glass. "It is a fine place," Victor said, glancing about. "I would love to see the rest some day, but sadly do not have the time. I've come with both request and wisdom, if you would be so kind as to hear either." Elisa might have offered him a seat or taken him deeper into the mansion, but something about his presence unnerved her, so she gestured for him to continue. He smiled at her, showing no hurry despite his claims. His chain-mail rattled when he crossed his arms and tilted his head. "I do not know what you have heard, so let me first make clear why I'm here. I have come to save Valdaran from itself. Those responsible for destroying it are legion, but for now I focus on the guiltiest. My men scour the streets, always listening, always watching. Know that I do not do this at random, nor recklessly. I follow the law, and will uphold it beyond all else. I have declared war, but it will not be chaos and fires in the night." Elisa felt the unspoken jab and did not let it pass unchallenged. "You speak of the thief war," she said. "I speak of the night you nearly burned Valdaran to the ground, all to mourn a son who was not actually dead." A hard edge entered his voice, and she found herself taking a step back. Zusa was there immediately, sliding beside her with her hands on the hilts of her daggers. Elisa started to defend herself, then caught the words in her throat. She would not defend that disastrous effort, for she herself was ashamed of it. It had been a foolish thing, her emotions overriding her judgment. Only Zusa had had the courage to say it to her face. "And what makes you think your efforts will be so different?" she asked. Her blood felt like ice in her veins. "What delusion blinds your eyes to the strength of those who oppose you?" Victor's smile returned. "No delusion, just stubbornness. Yesterday was the first, and the next week or so will probably be the most productive, but I have months if I must. All 17 men we found guilty yesterday died by the axe. Those we capture today will give every name, list every crime they've ever seen, to spare themselves that same fate." "They'll fight back," Zusa said. "They won't let you round up their fellow thieves without bloodshed." "We do not march needlessly through dark corners hoping for a glimpse of a colored cloak. We learn names. We learn homes. My men move together, close, careful, and always with purpose. You do not remove weeds from a garden in a hurry, turning and grabbing every which way. You must move slowly, methodically, so you miss not a one." Elisa shook her head. "These are dangerous men, not weeds. Forgive me if I find them with more similarities than not." He smiled at her, trying to win her over. Despite his handsomeness, she refused to let it sway her. She'd let one lover blind her to his underhanded dealings before. She wouldn't dare let it happen again. "You said you had a request, and some wisdom," Elisa said. "Have you given me either yet?" Victor laughed. Yes, of course. For the request, it is simple. Your hatred of the thieves is almost legendary, and I would ask that you be my ally in this. Whatever you know of the thieves, turn it over to me. Any names, any crimes, whatever it is, we can use it. And if you have any house guards that you trust, that might help me secure the streets." "I will think on it," she said. "Your wisdom?" Another smile. "That you say yes to my request." Despite herself, she snickered. "Perhaps. But we have entered into an agreement with the guilds, and now pay for their protection. What you ask jeopardizes everything. For once we have a semblance of peace. I do not want to ruin that now on some foolhardy outsider who has come to Valderan with more stones than sense." "Your peace is a mirage," Victor said, turning to the door. "It will fade, no matter what you do. It is a house built on sand, a painting drawn in the dust. Oh, and remember this, Elisa, for it is very, very important. All that I do with the king's full authority." He opened the door before she could respond. Waiting there was an old man, a heavy tome in hand. His hair was white, his face scrunched inward from age. Her eyes narrowed. "What is this?" she asked. "My most humble apologies," the old man said, bowing low. "My name is Henris Weeks, and I will do my best to work quickly and without trouble to your businesses." Elisa glanced to Zusa, confused. The smoldering anger she saw in her friend's eyes only confirmed her fear. Victor was playing a game with them, but what? "Explain yourself," she told him. "It is not only the thieves I hunt," said Victor. "Henris here must be shown all your records and all your dealings undertaken over the past few years. Not that I expect to find anything. Not with such a lawful woman as yourself ruling the Gemcroft fortune. Still, I must be fair, for Henris will be scouring Lord Stephen's records as well. Though stern Blackwater is safe down in Angelport, he still has property and caretakers here in Valderan, and they will also turn over extensive documentation. I'd hate for him to be playing underhanded games with young Tory Keenan's wealth, after all." Henris stood there, looking very nervous and uncomfortable. Elisa felt furious, but she held back the rage. She could not err, not now. Zeus's warning suddenly made perfect sense. If Terence had made a single mistake, If he'd avoided tariffs, smuggled in goods, or dealt in the more exotic spices and leaves illegal in Veldaren— "Zusa, fetch a servant," she said. "Prepare a room for Henris. I fear this will take many days, and would hate to make an old man uncomfortable." "Thank you," Henris said, looking relieved to hear of her cooperation. As Zusa left, the old man followed. Victor smiled at her and gave a quick salute. "Thank you for your time," he said. "I pray Stephen is just as accommodating as you are. Now, if you'll forgive me, I must be off. I have a wizard to hire." Elisa thought of the young leader of the Connington household and could only imagine how the boy would react. Most likely better than she had. "You're making many enemies," she told him as he exited her mansion. "I will not help you, not in this." He turned back to her, hand on the hilt of his sword. No smiles this time, no amusement. He looked tired, weary in anticipation of the long day ahead. "I am taking up the war the Trifect lost. I am fighting the enemies you could not defeat. Why do you respond with anger and resist me? Just because I would hold you to the same standard as they? Or is it because your hands are just as dirty?" She shut the door, pressed her forehead against it. In her anger, she tried to deny him, to dismiss the easy accusations. It was far harder than it should have been. A hand touched her shoulder, and she turned, thinking it was Zusa. Instead, her mother stood there, clearly worried. Elisa closed her eyes and accepted the embrace. "You poor dear," Melody whispered. "I remember well the difficulties of being one of the Trifect. Please let me help in any way I can. Your father had me to share his burdens with, but you are so alone." "I've always been alone," Elisa said, gently pushing her away. "I have been ever since I took up father's mantle, and I fear I will be until the day they cast the first handful of dirt upon my grave." "If you are alone, then it is by choice. That is the way it always is with our family." "Is that what you told yourself when father turned you over to Leon and his gentle touches? He was just choosing to be alone?" It was a cruel barb, and she didn't know why she said it. Her mother took a step back and touched her cheek as if she'd been struck across the face. "Maynard was a cold, cruel man," she said. "Even on the day of our wedding, he had no warmth in him, not for me. Yes, he chose to be alone. He chose to keep his heart closed, and to love nothing but his trade, his power, and his coin. Is this why you've been so unwelcoming to me? Do you think those years of torture were warranted? Were my fault?" "Stay silent," Elisa told herself, but the words escaped her lips anyway. "You insulted his name, slept with another, and because of that I lost a mother." "Then blame the man who cast me aside and took me from you." There were tears in both their eyes. Elisa felt exhausted, frightened. Too much was changing without warning, without any time to adjust. She crossed her arms, tried to think. Meanwhile, Melody leaned back against the wall. Elisa realized how thin she looked, barely more than bones. At times it seemed like a miracle that she could stand. "Do you know how I endured?" Melody asked. Her words were the whispers of a ghost. "How I managed to sleep at night in that darkness? I thought of you. I prayed for you, for safety, for protection. Now I am free, and I can touch your face, see you groan. Don't hate me. Don't do this to me. I can't stand it. I won't live through that terrible cruelty. I'd rather return to the cage, Elisa cast her eyes to the ground. She could only begin to imagine everything her mother had been through. Yet she'd had the audacity to blame her, to feel anger and betrayal for such a distant shame. "I'm sorry," she said. She reached for her mother, and it pained her heart to see the way she hesitated, the wariness in her eyes. But even still, Elisa was her daughter, and Melody came forward, wrapping her arms around her. Elisa sighed, and let tears silently run down her face. Let her whole household be damned. She would not let her fears keep her from regaining what had been lost. "I'm so glad you're back," Elisa whispered. "Please, it's just so much, and I'm always fearful for Nathaniel." "You have nothing to explain," Melody said. "Nothing to apologize for. I'm here. I'll always be here." The door burst open, startling them both. A guard stepped in, then immediately bowed in apology. "Forgive me, my lady," he said to Elisa. "I did not know you were... Sorry, I was ordered to ensure you were safe." "Safe?" Elisa asked, wiping her face. "What is the matter?" "Nothing you should concern yourself with. A servant was killed on the premises, and we fear the killer still might be lurking outside." Pushing her emotions aside, she shook her head and straightened her back. "I will not fear to walk in my own gardens," she said. "Let me see the body." The guard looked between them, then submitted to his mistress. "If you insist," he said, leading the way. "I'll tell John," Melody said, declining to follow. "And make sure Nathaniel is safe." Elisa nodded, hurrying after the soldier, who looked as if he'd decided that if he couldn't prevent her from seeing the body, he could at least make the process as quick as possible. They curled around the front of the mansion, off a walkway, and into the smooth grass decorated with trees. All of it was surrounded by an enormous stone fence, the top spiked, but the trifect had learned over the past decade how little use such fences were. More house guards lingered about, some searching for evidence of intruders, others scouring the fence for signs of rope or hook. "Make way!" the guard said as they came upon a cluster of 4 men halfway to the east wall. The men stepped aside, giving Elisa access to the body. Seeing it, she held in a gasp. It was just a young servant boy, no older than 10. An arrow was stuck in his neck, having pierced his windpipe. Blood stained the grass red beneath him. At his feet was a pile of soiled clothes, the cleaning of his task for the early morning. Who would do such a thing? Elisa wondered aloud. What harm could this poor boy have done to anyone? "There's a message," one of the guards said, sounding uncomfortable. He pointed, and sure enough, letters were cut into the grass by means of something sharp. It was hurried, disjointed, but she could read it well enough for it to put a shiver down her spine. "Tongue of gold, eyes of silver, run. Run, little Elisa, from the widow's quiver." "When did this happen?" she asked, glancing about. They were far from any door, and the body was partially hidden behind the trunk of a tree. "He'd have been up before daylight to do morning chores," said the man who'd brought her. "Blood's pretty dry." Her conversation with her mother, along with Victor, had already left her unnerved, but this awoke a brand-new fury. There was no doubt the servant child looked similar to Nathaniel. The strange killer mocked her, but why? Who would dare sneak onto her land to murder an innocent child? "Bury him, and ensure his family is paid well," she said. "Right." A guard knelt down, scooping the body into his arms. As he lifted, the boy's neck snapped back and his eyes opened. Elisa let out a soft gasp. 2 silver coins stared at her. All around, guards muttered and cursed at such strange mutilation. Swallowing down her revulsion, Elisa put her back to the body and found Zusa standing there, observing everything closely. Whoever it is wants Nathaniel next, Zusa said, and they do it to torture you. Elisa glanced back, saw the guards pry open the boy's mouth and pull out 2 bloody coins of gold. "Find Haern," she said, quietly enough that no one else would hear. "He has to know who this widow is or what it means. And enlist that wizard of his as well. I will have this murderer found, no matter the cost." "Will you be safe without me?" Elisa sighed. "No, but I trust no one else. Go now." Zusa headed for the front gates, then stopped. Hurrying back, she kissed Elisa's hand and pulled her close. "Something is wrong in this city," the faceless woman whispered. "Too many pieces are moving at once for it to be coincidence. We are lost in someone's deception. Be wary, and be safe." With that, she left, vaulting over the spiked walls with ease. Elisa watched her go while absently rubbing her hand. She did not know all Zusa meant, but she understood the feeling well. Her mother, Victor's arrival, the widow, plus Zusa had mentioned a personal matter. "Stay safe," she murmured, staring at the wall Zusa had vanished beyond. Wrapping her arms around her chest as if cold, she returned to her mansion. Chapter 7. Haern awoke a little after midday to the sound of the tower doors slamming shut. Instinct told him that something was wrong, a bad feeling in the air. Grabbing his sabers and cloaks, he slipped out of his room and down to the bottom floor. There, before the fireplace, he found Delicia sitting on a couch, her brother pacing furiously. "The audacity!" the wizard muttered. "Care to fill me in, Tar?" Haern asked, still on the steps. Tarlac heard him and stopped. His look was none too friendly. "Honestly? No, I'm too pissed." "Behave," Delicia said, and despite her brother's mood, she laughed. "You're overreacting and you know it." "And good morning, Haern." Haern joined Delicia on the couch, and together they watched Tarlac fume. Delicia leaned over, her head resting against his chest. After a sniff, she sat back up. "Your cloaks smell like death." Haern shrugged. "That tends to happen." The priestess sighed and reached out her hand. When he removed his cloaks, she took them to the door and set them down to be washed later that day. As she did, Tarlac stopped pacing and instead crossed his arms and frowned at the assassin. "Lord Victor was just here," said the wizard. "That's so." Haern lifted an eyebrow. "What did he want?" "Wanted me to ward the home he's currently staying in, cover it with various protection spells so no clever thief can teleport under his bed and stab him while he sleeps." "Doesn't sound like a bad idea," Haern said as Delicia returned, leaning against his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. "Why the fuss?" "He wanted—" Bah! Tarlac threw up his hands. "He wanted to pay us after his quest or mission or whatever this nonsense he's doing is over. Said he couldn't spare the coin just yet, something about mouths to feed. Worse, he actually hinted he'd appreciate me doing it for free. You hear that? Free!" "Truly he is an evil man," Haern said. Tarlac stopped and gave him a death glare. "Care to share your opinion, Mr. Cloak and Saber?" "It's pretty simple, though you won't want to hear it. I think you should help him." Tarlac blinked. "You do?" Haern shrugged. He still hadn't fully made up his mind about the man, but he had little doubt Victor meant to see through to the end his attempt to clean the streets of Veldarin, if he could be trusted to at least do that. "I think he truly believes he's helping. More importantly, I think he might pull it off. The thief guilds haven't faced a man quite like him before." "Look at you. The only reason you're so bothered is because you're thinking of helping him for free, despite all desire otherwise." Tarlac shook his head. "He's an egotistical ass. Hardly the only one around here." The wizard glared as his sister covered her mouth with a hand to hide her laughter. "Careful," he said to Haern. "Otherwise I might turn you into an actual ass for a day and rent you out to a farmer." Haern only grinned at him. With a sigh, Tarlac relented and took a seat in a wooden rocking chair beside the fire. Removing his yellow hat, he scratched the top of his head with his fingers, then ran them through his red hair to straighten it. "If we help him, then he'll live long enough to actually accomplish something," Tarlac said, all his bluster and anger fading away. "That means the current peace with the thief guilds won't last. They'll react soon and violently. But how? If they focus on just Victor, we might counter, but if they target the rest of the trifect, Veldaren will fall to chaos within days. It'll be Thren's thief war all over again." "We can't let there be another," Delicia said. She said it softly, but it weighed heavily on her heart. The last one went on for more than 10 years. So many died, so many... Haern shifted, feeling uncomfortable, especially with her so close to him. Her father had been just one of the many casualties of that conflict, killed by Thren while Haern watched. It had been his first true mission, to kill Delicia when she fled. But hearing her heartfelt sobbing for her father and her prayers for safety, he had not been able to bring himself to go through with it. He'd later told her, and she'd forgiven him. He didn't know how, but she had. "I won't let it happen," Haern insisted. Tarlac shook his head. "Then perhaps instead of helping Lord Victor, we should get him out of Veldaren as fast as possible?" said the wizard. "Even if he has a chance to succeed?" Tarlac threw up his hands in surrender. "If that's your idea of intelligence, then so be it. No matter what we do, we risk this blowing up in our faces, so might as well go for broke." A knocking turned their attention to the door. "Who is it now?" Haern asked. Tarlac shook his head, for scrying spells embedded in the tower let him see the visitor. "Day just keeps getting better," he said. With a snap of his fingers, the door opened on its own, and in stepped Zusa, clad in her dark wrappings, her gray cloak fluttering behind her. "Magic is a poor host to greet at the door," she said, sheathing her daggers. "Yes, but it keeps my lazy rear in a chair," Tarlac said. "Come in and share whatever terrible news you've brought with you. Gods know you're never here to tell us something good." Delicia scolded her brother for his poor hospitality and hurried up to greet Zusa. The faceless woman accepted her embrace, then set aside her daggers. A wave of Tarlac's hand, and a glass of wine appeared on the nearby table. Haern watched Zusa settle in, taking a seat opposite Tarlac. Ever since their trip together south to Angelport, the faceless woman had come to Haern and the rest of the Eschaton any time Elisa needed things handled in a way that could not be traced back to the Gemcroft family. Her visits were rare and always odd. Though she tried to appear gracious, Haern could tell she was in a hurry and that whatever brought her to their tower was urgent. "Thank you," Zusa said, sipping the wine before putting it aside. She looked awkward in the old wooden chair, dressed in those strange wrappings of hers, but it seemed to bother her not at all. "But my time is short. One of our servant boys was attacked this morning, just before dawn. His eyes were cut out and replaced with silver coins, and 2 pieces of gold were put on his tongue." The news struck Haern like a brick to the head. "A rhyme," he said. "Was there also a rhyme?" To his dread, Zusa nodded. "Tongue of gold," she recited, "eyes of silver. Run, run, little Elisa, from the widow's quiver." With each word, Haern felt his fingers tighten against the fabric of the couch. After the first 2 murders, he'd thought it was just someone with an agenda against the Spider Guild. But to also strike the Gemcroft family, especially in such a petty, cruel way? "Do you know of this, widow?" Zusa asked. Haern sighed, and he caught Tarlac staring at him, clearly also eager to hear. Nodding, Haern shared what he'd discovered about the two bodies, and about Victor's also requesting help in discovering who it was. When he was finished, Tarlac leaned back in his chair, stroking his red goatee. "He's taking their eyes?" he wondered aloud. "That's a little odd." "Odd," said Zusa. "You insult a dead child saying such a thing. It is the cold, cruel act of a sick mind. Whoever this widow is, let him kill spiders night and day, but to threaten Alisa's son? No, we must stop him. Despite your reputation otherwise, your Eshetan mercenaries are the best. My mistress wants this killer found and will pay you whatever it takes to enlist your services." Tarlac's eyes widened. "Now that's what I like to hear," he said, grinning. "He's striking at night," Haern said, glaring at Tarlac, "and he bears a grudge against both the Spider Guild and the Gemcroft family. Any ideas?" "Perhaps a rival guild?" Tarlac asked. Haern shrugged. "Maybe a rogue thief wanting the truce ended?" Neither idea sounded right. Didn't have that correct feel in the gut. And then Delicia spoke. "What about Victor?" she asked. Haern and Tarlac exchanged a glance. "He's made his hatred of the thief guilds clear," Delicia insisted. "He has no love of the Trifect either," Zusa said, and she told them of Victor's visit to Elisa's mansion just that morning. "No," Haern said. It made sense, but still he shook his head. "I don't believe it. He's doing this with a sense of purpose, a sense of honor. Brutal murders, mocking rhymes, how does that help him? What agenda does that serve?" Tarlac frowned, and he bit his lower lip as he thought. "Zusa," he said, glancing at the woman, "tell Elisa we accept her request, and I'll have a contract brought to you before tonight. We'll start patrolling the Spider Guild territory come nightfall, see if we can spot him attempting kill number 4. All of us except Haern, that is." "You want me to watch Victor?" Haern said. "Don't you?" "Consider it protecting him," Tarlac said, standing. "That is, if he's innocent. And if he's not, well..." The wizard shrugged. "You'll be right there to stop him, won't you?" Haern thought of the way Victor had responded to seeing the body in the alley. His anger, his revulsion. That couldn't have been an act. Could it? The timing would have been difficult, but he didn't have to be the one committing the killings himself. "It's not him," Haern said, reaching for his sabers. "I hope it isn't," Zusa said as she went to the door, "because his scribe sits in our mansion, recording our every deed. Find him quickly, Eshetan. Our city is dangerous enough without a madman." Silence greeted them as the door closed behind her. Haern stood there, feeling unsure, then buckled his sabers to his belt. "Where are you going?" Delicia asked. "To speak with a contact," Haern said. "If the Spider Guild is being targeted, someone in their organization might have an idea why." "Be careful," she told him. He leaned in close to gently kiss her cheek. "I will," he said. "I promise." "You sure it's safe to be out here?" Peb asked as they neared the castle. His wide eyes darted every which way, as if guards were trying to sneak from all directions. With his big ears, the act reminded Alan why Peb had once been called Mouse. "I'm not sure it's safe to be anywhere in Veldarin right now," Alan said, twirling a copper coin between his thumb and forefinger, something he did when nervous. "So why should the castle be any worse?" Peb nodded toward the rows of men and women waiting to be interrogated by Lord Victor's men. "Maybe because one of them people might be blubbering our names any second." Alan ran a hand through his long, dark hair. "Thread wants answers, wants something new, so either we get something new or we get a tongue lashing. If we're lucky. Given the mood he was in, I'm not willing to gamble on that. I'd rather tempt the city guards than the boss. Peb didn't look convinced, but Alan didn't care. The guy was a coward, and more important, he hated to be alone. He'd follow Alan so long as things still looked safe. Alan patted his own leg, glad for the dagger hidden there. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and then walked out from the alley and into the main street, where the interrogations continued. Peb quickly followed. The two were in ratty clothing, their faces dirty, their hands calloused. Anyone who bothered to notice them would think them nothing but poor, hungry peasants. At least that was the hope. Alan led the way, faking a limp toward the lines. At the front, he saw scribes jotting down the guts that their current pigeons spilled. Not that Alan blamed them. When your life was on the line, or the coin was right, honor was nothing but a hindrance. Making as little noise as possible, he listened as they got closer, hoping to catch an errant phrase. But a soldier noticed them before he could. "Stay back, you two," said the armored man, his hand already on his sword. He stood between them and the tables of scribes. On his chest was a tabard bearing a crest Alan did not recognize, some strange circle with wings drawn in gold. "Any closer, and I'll think you a threat." "Forgive me," Alan said, bowing low and turning away. Peb followed, saying nothing. "That was pointless," Peb mumbled. "Did you see Lord Victor?" Peb shook his head. "No. You?" Alan glanced back, scouring the guards, the lines, the scribes. "Not here," he said, "but only 12 or so are set to talk. Yesterday had far more." "He's slowing down?" Peb asked. Alan shrugged. "Either that, or he's being more careful. Never know if—" He had about 2 seconds to react before it hit. Alan grabbed Peb by the arm and pulled him hard into the side of a building. His shoulder throbbed upon slamming the wood, and Peb let out a cry when he struck his forehead, having been unable to twist in time. Still, it was better than being impaled by the barrage of arrows that sailed toward Victor's proceedings. Over 20 men stood far down the road, bows and crossbows in hand, their brown cloaks revealing their allegiance to the Hawks. "Impatient bastards," Alan said before swearing up a storm. "Get down!" The two dropped as another barrage flew. Screams filled the air. The first barrage had landed among the guards and scribes, but the second was aimed solely at the men and women brought for interrogation. People fled in every direction, while the guards swarmed in a panic, some flinging the older scribes to the ground for protection, others rushing to meet the new threat. "We need to get out of here," Peb said, scrambling out from beneath Alan. "Friend will want to know what happened here." Peb spun about, shaking his head. "Then let him come count the bodies." Alan looked back, saw the soldiers rushing with swords drawn. Arrows and bolts shot toward them, no longer in an organized barrage. Some men dropped, but most endured, even those who were hit. Their armor was thick, and the thieves used small bows and crossbows designed to take out fellow thieves, to pierce cloth, not metal. Alan thought to draw his dagger, then realized that might label him as being on the side of the Hawks. So instead he hunkered down and pretended to cower as the battle unfolded. 7 soldiers, all bearing the same gold crest, crashed into the group of Hawks. At first, Alan thought numbers would lead the thieves to victory, but the initial exchange proved otherwise. Victor's men had long blades granting them better reach, their armor protecting them from the quick, weak thrusts of daggers. Hawks dropped in a bloody clash, the thieves' attempt to swarm and surround failing miserably. Half were dead before they had the presence of mind to flee. "Damn," Alan whispered, watching the display. Victor's men were well trained. He'd give them that. Glancing the other way, he saw the remnants of the interrogations. Most interrogators had fled into the castle, carrying parchments with them. 9 bodies lay amid the overturned desks, their blood mixing with ink. Alan chuckled. Would anyone be surprised? Victor had come in and openly mocked the guilds. Surely he didn't expect to go unscathed. When he turned back to the battle, he expected to see a rout, Victor's men chasing in vain after a scattered collection of hawks. Instead, he watched the trap fully unfold. As the remaining men on the ground fled, 20 more emerged from the rooftops, all armed with crossbows. Bolts flew down like lethal rain. Despite their armor, the soldiers could do nothing, not against that many attackers. They ran toward the safety of the castle, the few who lived beyond the first volley, blood dripping from bolts embedded in their arms, legs, and chests. With even fewer targets to pick from, the second volley was worse. Alan winced as the last died, some with over 5 bolts thudding into their backs. A trumpet sounded, bringing Alan's attention to the castle. He caught a glimpse of castle guards rushing out with swords drawn, but then something grabbed his cloak and pulled, hard. He was thrown into the same alley Peb had fled into, though Peb appeared long gone. Rolling to his knees, Alan looked up to see the Watcher standing at the entrance to the alley, a black shadow in the daylight. "Stay here," he said, drawing his sabers. That was it, that one command, and then he rushed off, moving fast enough to be a blur. Alan rubbed his neck, muttered, and rose to his feet. Despite the Watcher's fearsome reputation, he had no intention of missing this. Returning to the alley entrance, he peered out to watch the carnage. 15 castle guards ran out to engage the hawks. Unlike Victor's men, they wielded shields, and kept them raised to protect themselves from the arrows. For a brief moment it looked as if the hawks were going to make a stand against them as well. A few climbed down, forming a line of 15, while the rest fired into the group of soldiers. And then the Watcher arrived, tearing through their ranks upon the rooftop. He struck from behind, killing several before they knew they were under attack. The distance was too great for Alan to see clearly, but the gray of the Watcher's interlocking cloaks looked like a phantom, darting and weaving throughout their numbers, never still, never hesitating. One after another dropped dead. When the arrows from up top stopped, the soldiers below lowered their shields and charged. The hawks, without armor or significant weaponry, did the intelligent thing and fled. They could easily outrun and outmaneuver the city guard. The Watcher, on the other hand. Alan sank deeper into the alley, glancing about to see if any eyes watched. The last thing he wanted was to be spotted. He liked living, and wanted to keep doing it for many, many years. Minutes passed, and with ebbing interest Alan listened to the various trumpets and calls by the guards. At last he heard a soft rustle of cloak. Turning, he held down a startled cry upon finding the Watcher mere feet away. "Did you know this was to happen?" the Watcher asked. Alan reached out a hand. The Watcher glared, then tossed a small bag of coins at him. Alan caught it, and within seconds the bag had vanished into one of his many pockets. He didn't have to check it. The Watcher paid in silver, and always in significant amounts. Buying information from the Spider Guild was not cheap, and selling it wasn't safe, given how vicious Thren could be. But Alan wasn't one to let fear or honor get in the way of making a healthy sum of coin. "We hadn't heard a word," Alan said, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall. "But then again, Cadish Fell's always been a bit of a hothead since taking over for his older cousin Vel. He's getting ballsy if he thinks his guild can take Lord Victor all on his own." "What do you know about Lord Victor?" Alan shrugged. "Just what everyone knows. Can't help you there." The Watcher frowned, clearly displeased. "I'm starting to doubt giving you your coin." Alan chuckled. "I'll never promise what I tell will be useful, or new to you, but I dare you to find anyone else insane enough to sell out Thren Fellhorn." "Enough. Tell me this, then. What do you know about the murders, the ones being claimed by the widow? Alan grunted, caught off guard by the question. Reaching into his tattered vest, he pulled out one of the silver coins the Watcher had paid him with and began twirling it in his fingers. Honestly, we don't know shit. I might have believed it was you if I thought you had the ability to rhyme. The two dead, Bert and Troy, neither of them was special, or even important. No one's seen nothing, and no one's heard nothing. What were the two doing when they were killed? Keep asking questions, I might think I don't have enough silver in my pocket. The Watcher's glare made him chuckle, but his nerves were starting to rise. All it would take was one person telling Thren he'd been seen speaking with the Watcher, just a whisper of betrayal, and he'd be gutted from the Spider Guild's rooftop. If he was lucky. Fine, he said. I don't know what Troy was doing, but Bert was out looking for whores. That help you any? Perhaps. The Watcher pulled his dark hood lower across his face, then leaped from one side of the alley to the other, vaulting himself up to the rooftops. Once there, he spun on his haunches and spoke down to Alan. I'll find you 3 days from now, on your patrol by the south wall. If you can tell me anything about this widow, I'll pay you in gold. Should be paying me in gold anyway, Alan said, but the Watcher was already gone. Turning to leave, he found a man leaning against one of the walls, his large frame blocking half the alley. His muscular arms were crossed over his chest, and he almost looked as if he were sleeping, with his wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his eyes. Alan felt a chill, but the stranger bore no cloak, nor any other sign of allegiance to one of Veldarin's various guilds. Hoping the man was there just to hide from the carnage, Alan walked past him toward the main street. As he did, the man let out a soft whistle, that of a songbird. Alan didn't dare look back, nor acknowledge the blatant accusation. His hand dropped to his dagger. He slowed his walk, started to shift, but it was too late. Somehow the man was already halfway down the alley, his movement having gone completely unnoticed by Alan. The man turned, smiled at Alan, and then let out another bird whistle. The songbirds are singing, the stranger said, then laughed as he touched one of the 9 rings in his left ear. Alan fled. He knew he should return to his guild to tell Thren everything he'd seen. But he couldn't. Not yet. Halfway across Veldarin, he stepped into his favorite tavern, a silver coin in hand. He'd still tell Thren, but he needed a lot more alcohol in him to keep from shaking, keep his perceptive guildmaster from seeing the terror in his eyes. With every sip he took, he heard the whistle, the accusation. It didn't matter which guild you were in, or even which city. Songbirds died. Keep it comin', he told the tavern wench, pushing away the change she'd brought for the silver. Go until there ain't a damn thing left of it. Chapter 8. Are you sure you would not prefer an escort? John asked her as Melody put a simple sun hat atop her head and straightened it. I'm quite fine without soldiers following me everywhere I go, she said, smoothing out her dress. But I've been shuttered in far too long, and I'd like to visit the market without it causing a stir. John hardly looked pleased, but that didn't bother Melody much. She smiled at him, even when he crossed his arms and looked from side to side as if trying to find the proper words. But you're Elisa's mother, and she has many enemies. I would hate if they were to harass you while unprotected. Her enemies are not mine, Melody said as she exited the door to the mansion, for no one knows I exist any more. They will soon, John said as the door shut behind her. Head high, she crossed the walkway, nodding at the guards stationed at the outer gate. She wore a simple dress, her hair tied back into a low ponytail. Nothing about her showed her station, showed her to be anything beyond a simple servant going out to the market on an errand. And it was true, really, except that the errand at the market was not that of making a purchase. No, she had a meeting, one not for strangers' eyes. A bounce came to her step as the mansion faded away behind her, soon lost as she took a turn southeast. It had been so long since she'd gone to the market. She felt her heart begin to race as the painfully familiar noises slowly neared. The smells, the bustle, the constant murmur of discussion that washed over it all like a river. Everything invoked a life she had so long lost to darkness and the needles of the gentle touchers. Not that they'd come much for her, not even in those first few months after Maynard had given her over to Leon. No. Her torture had been far worse. Her torture had been the fat man's lips on her neck, his chubby fingers on her breasts. But Leon was dead. She was alive, and the marketplace thrived with food and clothes and fruited drinks and alcohols of every possible strength and age. Stepping into the heart of the market, she felt lost and overwhelmed, and she loved every minute of it. She did not hurry, for she wanted to enjoy it, let it seep into her. People, life, everything around her was precious, was something that needed to be saved. And save it she would. Everything she did, she would do, would be to save it from the coming nightmare. "Interest a very lovely lady in perfume?" asked a boy far too young to be alone without his father, but young enough to use his cute face to his advantage. "No, thank you," she told him as she flicked him a copper piece. "But thank you for the flattery." He smiled at her, most likely because of the coin, and not the actual act of kindness. He'd probably have smiled just as wide if she'd dropped the copper while walking past. But it felt good to give, and it was good to hear a man call her beautiful, even if he looked hardly older than 10. Any man, any boy, the very act helped wash away Leon's words echoing in her mind, always there when she lay down to sleep. It had been 2 years since he'd touched her, but it didn't matter. It never mattered. "You're so beautiful, Melody. So beautiful, so charming. You're a light in my life, a light here in my dungeon." Melody passed by dozens of stalls, only half seeing them. Only at the end did she focus once more, looking for their designated meeting place. It was just one of many alleyways that cut in and out of the market, but the one she wanted was by a mustached man selling fake jewelry. She gave him a curt nod, polite, but letting him know she was just passing into the nearby alley and that no business would be had from her. The shade was welcome, and she took off her hat, fanned herself with it. Just looking as if she needed a breather, that was all. And then the thin woman with long brown hair slipped into the alley with her, leaning against the wall opposite her with her hands at her sides. Her face she kept downcast, as if embarrassed. "I'm glad you made it," she said. "So am I, widow," the woman interrupted, glancing up just a moment. "When in public, I am the widow. Do not use my other name." Melody nodded, smiled as if they were just two friends meeting up while hiding from the sun. "You've upset me, widow. You know that, right?" The woman's face flushed red. "I'm only doing what I was told." "Were you told to kill that boy working at Elisa's home? The very home I'm now staying in?" "But you know Elisa must be taken care of," the widow insisted. "Lerick said—" "I don't care what Lerick said," Melody snapped. "You must give me more time. I've not had a chance to speak with my daughter about the simplest of things, let alone her faith. Must you be so impatient? Control yourself. Please, can you do that for me? The widow looked up at her with her brown eyes, looked back down. If you say. Melody crossed the alley, took the woman's hands in hers. Why does Elisa bother you so? She asked. Don't lie to me, I can tell. The strange woman swallowed, then shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. She just does. She doesn't deserve to be your daughter. Melody sighed. That again. Still, there wasn't much she could do about it, not yet. The most important thing was buying herself more time to do what must be done. Is that why you killed her servant? She asked. Is that why a poor innocent boy had to suffer? Because you're jealous? The widow said nothing, only stared at the ground and refused to meet her eye. You poor thing, Melody said, squeezing the woman's hands tight. Do not fret, nor worry about my love for you. But please understand, Elisa will see reason. You just have to give me that chance. The widow bobbed her head up and down. I will, she promised. Melody could still sense the edge on her, a bite to her words, a jitteriness to her movements that indicated her growing frustration. It was a habit, a sickness, a disease overwhelming the poor woman, and Melody knew exactly what would heal it. Go find another spider, she said, letting go of her hands. It will help you feel better. They're getting more careful, the widow said. I don't know if I'll find one. You will, Melody said, and she hugged her. Beneath her dress, the woman felt all bone and skin, and the sad state of her made Melody squeeze even harder. You know you will. You're clever. You're fast. Go send another of those sinful wretches to the abyss so they might be made clean. Thank you, the widow said, and a tear ran down her face, despite her smile. And I will. They won't stop me. No one can stop me. Soon even Thren will suffer my sting. I can't wait. Can't wait. Melody separated herself from the woman, kissed her forehead, then turned for the mouth of the alley. Just before exiting, she heard the widow call out to her. Remember, she said, if Elisa doesn't turn to Karak, then I get to have her. Leric promised me that. Melody turned back, let her glare send the widow retreating farther into the alley. I am well aware, she said. She hurried back into the market, but this time the bustle about her was too noisy and bothersome, the smells too strong, the merchants too obtrusive with their shouts to buy, buy, buy. That'll do it, Tarlac said as he straightened up, wincing as his upper back popped twice. Are you sure it will hold, no matter how powerful the spell? Asked Victor, surveying the runes carved into the outside of his temporary home. 10 in all covered the large building, burned in as if by fire. Tarlac raised an eyebrow. He'd spent the past 6 hours placing markings with chalk, rearranging runes, and casting a variety of spells that protected the building from magical attacks, from the subtle, like teleportation, to the less subtle, like giant exploding fireballs. Last but not least had been the requested surprise escape in case of an attack. His back hurt like crazy, his fingers were sore from all the measuring and writing, and he doubted he could summon anything stronger than a magical fart, given how badly his head ached. And yet Victor wanted to question his abilities? If you didn't think I could do the job, Tarlac asked, why request me in the first place? Victor sighed. You're right. Forgive me. Today has not gone well. So I heard. Word of the attack had spread throughout Veldaren like wildfire. Tarlac had gotten a first-hand account from Haern, at least of how the attack had ended. As for casualties, that was a little sketchier. Tarlac had hoped to glean more information from the Lord, but so far had struggled to get the man to talk. Now that they were surveying his handiwork, at last he had a chance. "Most of these ruins I've burned in," Tarlac said, trying to keep Victor engaged, his mind on their conversation instead of elsewhere. "It'd take a lot to smudge or break them, but it is possible. Make sure your guards are always aware." "What should they watch for?" "Well, I'd say a man with a big mallet smashing the wood in. That'd probably break them." "Think your guards would notice that?" Victor paused a moment, and then, miracle of miracles, laughed. Tarlac snapped his fingers. Finally he was getting somewhere. "No one will lay a finger on the building," Victor said, "and I think even the least trained man in my employ would be wise enough to stop someone from hacking at the wall. Praise the gods for intelligent help. Amen." The two walked toward the entrance of the building. Guards trailed behind them. They'd watched Tarlac carefully the entire time, supposedly because they didn't want him harmed while casting the protection spells. Tarlac found the lie insulting. As if he needed protection. His balance teetered a bit as he walked with Victor, and he decided that maybe that wasn't so insulting after all. Victor caught him, inquired if he was all right. "Just a little woozy," he said, rolling his head from side to side. "Ever had a headache so bad that it split your insides in half, making every light look 10 times too bright?" "I can't say I have." "Then you're damn lucky. Consider me adding the cost of a drink to your expenses, because I need one right now, otherwise I won't make it home." "Then consider it paid." Victor led Tarlac to the door. The wizard made sure not to crack a smile. His head hurt, but not that terribly. Still, Victor looked as if he wanted those he hired to trust him, even respect him. A good sign. Anyone willing to buy beer for his underlings was a man with great potential. The guards let Victor pass, then stepped in front of Tarlac. "All off?" said one. "All off?" Tarlac realized the guards meant his clothes, but Victor interrupted before he could protest. "Let him through," said the Lord. "I'm trusting my life to his wards. Not much sense to fear him slipping a knife in me." "Smart man," Tarlac said as he stepped inside and took a seat at a table. A servant hurried over, pitcher in hand. Accepting it graciously, he sniffed the contents. Strong scent of honey. Excellent. "Only common sense," Victor said, dismissing the offered cup as he sat opposite the wizard. "If you wanted me dead, those wards would set my home on fire in the middle of the night instead of keeping out the more determined scum of the underworld." "Speaking of scum, did you catch those responsible for the attack on your scribes?" Victor crossed his arms and leaned back in his seat. His clear blue eyes bore into Tarlac, and Tarlac could sense the inner debate. "Not as many as I would like," Victor said, sighing. "The Hawk Guild was responsible, that I know for sure. Guesses run from about 30 to 40 that set up the ambush. We killed at least 20. Well, 20 died, I should say. My men can only account for 7. The Watcher took out the rest." "He does tend to do that," Tarlac said, chuckling. "If I'm not mistaken, he is a member of your mercenaries, is he not?" Tarlac lifted an eyebrow. "Aye, he is. Considering hiring him? Doesn't come cheap, but of course we're relying on future payments already. What's a little more debt between friends?" "I just hope to know if I can consider him a friend in the first place," Victor insisted. "Money tends to make such matters irrelevant." At Victor's glare, Tarlac raised his hands and quickly apologized. "Forgive me. I tend to joke when I should grovel. If you're wondering what the Watcher thinks of you, I'd say right now he doesn't know. Just between you and me, I think you're a respectable enough guy, but the Watcher tends to be a bit more distrusting." Victor nodded, waved at the servants. Accepting a drink, he downed half. Tarlac shifted in his seat. Wondered what troubled the Lord so much he decided he needed alcohol after all. "One of my scribes died in the attack," Victor said, his voice softer. He wiped a few drops from his chin with his fingers. "Good man. A friend. Several other innocent men and women died, having committed the crime of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I've relocated all our interrogations to inside the castle, with King Edwin's permission. But things are souring already. My men must travel in larger and larger packs, lest they fall into similar ambushes. Only 10 men went to the judges today, and they even freed one of the 10. Whatever tight mouths I thought people had, they've grown only tighter." "You walked into a nest of hornets and started swatting," Tarlac said. "Surely you can't be surprised that they've begun stinging back." Victor let out a half-hearted chuckle. "I'm not surprised. No, what troubles me is that my men are afraid. The people we drag in here are afraid. The king is afraid. Everyone is afraid, so I can't be, yet I'm as terrified as any. How did it get so terrible here? How could an entire city live its life full of fear?" Tarlac tapped his empty mug. "This here's a start, but when your eyes are shut tight enough, you can convince yourself you're safe from anything. It's only when bold, brash outsiders come in braying and waving swords around that everyone remembers just how terrible the guilds can be and how cruel a bedmate we've made." "Indeed," said Victor, motioning for another drink. "Cruel, cold, and ruthless. But you know what frightens everyone most? The Spider Guild has yet to act. All the others, the hawks, the serpents, even the ash, they are nothing compared to Thren Fellhorn. The rumors I hear treat him like the Reaper Man, a monster from a child's fable. He started a war that lasted 10 years, Tarlac said, feeling his mood grow somber, and the only reason it ended was because he allowed it. Thren is the one you need to watch for most. He's getting old, but that won't matter. Long as he's alive, he'll be a danger. And if you're hoping someone will turn on him, mention where he lives or some illegal violet he smuggled in..." He laughed. "It won't happen, unless you want to abandon this charade of law and order and declare full war on the guilds. You won't find him, won't send him to the executioner's axe. Not unless you kill him trying to kill you." Victor frowned. His face hardened, as if the blood beneath his skin were turning to stone. Tarlac shifted, wondering what it was he'd said that angered him so. "It is no charade," Victor said. "With every breath of mine I'll tear them down, cast them from the shadows and into the light. But I won't let them drag me down with them. I won't become like them. That is why I must adhere to the law. I must be stronger, smarter, better prepared. The first day was too easy, and I grew soft." He looked to Tarlac, and the earnest desperation was clear in his eyes. "That is why I need you," he said. "Why I need the Watcher. I need you to trust me, to help me. I've looked into your dealings, Tarlac, and those of your mercenaries. You've helped others even when they couldn't pay. You've refused any assassinations even when the Watcher could do them with ease. You have a sense of right and wrong just like I do. You know they must be stopped. Please, help me." Tarlac stood, smoothed out his robes. "I must be going," he said. "Thank you for the drink and the company. I'll consider your request, but I wouldn't hold your breath. You want my trust? So far you have it. What you don't have is my approval. I'm not convinced you'll make Veldaren a better place. The guilds were growing lazy, their numbers starting to dwindle. Already they were turning on each other, killing more and more. All it'd take is the Watcher's death," Victor said, shaking his head. "The Trifect fears the guilds, and the guilds fear the Watcher's wrath. Remove that fear, and their greed resurfaces, voracious and starving. Whatever growing pains I create are 1,000 times better than the chaos that was certain to happen otherwise." "Perhaps so," Tarlac bowed low. "I'll escort myself home, if you don't mind." Victor gave him a sly smile. "Headache gone?" "Never felt better. Must be some amazing ale you have." "Must be." Victor stood, offered his hand. Tarlac looked at it as if it were a trap, then accepted it. "Just give me a chance," Victor said. "I'll prove myself to you, to everyone in Veldaren." "I'd be careful of that," Tarlac said, putting his pointy yellow hat back on. "The more the underworld sees who you are and believes you're here to do what you say, the more frightened they'll be." "Good," Victor said. "Let them be afraid. They fear the Watcher, they fear Deathmask, and they fear Thren Fellhorn. Should your name one day be among theirs, I'll treat you to drinks at my tower." Tarlac left, ignoring the cold glares from the guards at the door. While heading down the street, he stopped and turned back to observe his handiwork on the walls, and think on the man hiding within. "Crazy bastard," Tarlac muttered, shaking his head. "What in the world are you thinking?" He headed back, feeling terribly annoyed. Worse, he wasn't sure if it was at Lord Victor's insanity or his own for helping the man in his impossible quest. Time was not on his side, but Peb felt confident he could finish quickly. Not that he'd brag about that to anyone else, or even admit it. But with such a daring mission approaching, Peb needed some release, otherwise he'd be a nervous wreck throughout. After Alan had told Thren everything that had happened at the castle attack, their guildmaster had fallen deathly quiet, talking to no one for a full hour. When he exited his study, his plan was simple and his mind set. Victor Kane died tonight. "Like it'll be that easy," Peb muttered to himself as he headed toward the darkest alleys of Veldaren. He was in too much of a hurry to watch his surroundings, but he feared no attack, not so deep in the heart of their own territory. A few coins rattled in his pocket, just enough to pay for what he needed. He usually had his pick of the women, given how weak he looked, how unthreatening. The whores talked. Peb knew that. They knew he needed just a touch, just a kiss, and that he'd never hurt them. Not like some of the others who needed to punch or beat someone weaker to get themselves off. Turning right, he passed a dimly lit tavern, then veered into an alley beside it. He knew many men preferred brothels, wanting a bed where they could lie back and do nothing, or to have clean sheets they could ruffle and cast about. Peb needed none of that, just him standing and a pretty girl on her knees. What did anything else matter, especially when the cost would go up twofold for all the extravagances? "Hello?" Peb asked the alleyway as he stepped inside. Normally there'd be 3 or 4 girls there, eager to sell themselves to the men who stayed in the tavern. The night was still young, though, so perhaps they were elsewhere. "Can I help you?" asked a soft voice, like tinkling glass. Squinting, Peb saw a petite woman farther in the shadows. Long brown hair curled around her neck, and she smiled at him with such delicate, pretty features. "I think you can," he said, smiling. Gods, those eyes, just staring at them, would have him done in no time. He'd be able to go charging ahead of Thren, feeling on top of the world as they tore Victor from his room and beat his face to a pulp. He reached into his pocket as she beckoned him closer. "How much?" he asked, fearing the normal rates might not apply to someone so clearly of a higher class. "Not much," the whore said, her eyes twinkling. "In fact, cute as you are, I might pay you." She was just flattering him, he knew, but Peb liked hearing it anyway. His hand reached for the sash of his pants. "That so?" he asked. "How much you think I'm worth?" That smile darkened, and those delicate features suddenly seemed far less innocent. 2 silver and 2 gold. Peb was too stunned to even move. By the time he saw the small crossbow, it was too late. She pulled the trigger, and the bolt thudded into his neck. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His stomach heaved, and he dropped, unable to maintain his balance. He tried to run, to scream, but his muscles ignored every command. Poison, he realized, his terror increasing. The bolt was poisoned. "I know you can't move," the whore said, kneeling down beside him, covering the front of her brown dress with dirt. No longer did her voice sound like tinkling glass. Now it echoed of razors sliding against one another. "Maybe you think that means you won't feel anything. You're wrong. I just want you to know that. You'll feel every single thing." A knife flashed before him, held aloft so he could see the sharp edge in the moonlight. Then it turned, and Peb felt tears run down the side of his face. The tip, pressed beneath his right eye, slipped deeper. It cut through nerves, muscle, and then, with a sickening plop, pulled free. With his remaining eye, he saw her holding aloft his severed eyeball, a thin, bloody strand of tissue still attached to the back. Satisfied, the whore put it into a pocket of her dress, then leaned forward, dagger leading, hungry for his remaining eye. It was true. He felt every bit of it. Chapter 9. The hours passed, the sun setting and the moon rising, all while Haern watched the tavern. After Tarlak's departure, Lord Victor had remained inside. As night approached, more and more of his men returned, increasing their lord's protection while he slept. Haern shifted his weight back and forth so his legs never fell asleep. The tedium wore on him, but he was used to such things. Most nights he patrolled the city he saw nothing and accomplished little. But he knew tonight would not be one of those nights. The Hawks had drawn first blood, but someone else would come in for the kill. He had a sneaking suspicion that his father would elect himself the one to do it. Thren viewed himself as the king of the underworld, and in his mind only he should take down someone so arrogant as Victor. "Come on," he whispered, glancing up and down the street from his spot. "I know you want him. Now come and get him." Opposite Victor's repurposed tavern were several businesses, including a smithy. In the recesses of the smith's doorway, Haern waited, hunched over with a ratty blanket covering his body. He kept his hood off, for, amusingly enough, he was less likely to be noticed and recognized with his blond hair and blue eyes showing. Just a drunk. That's all he was, with his sabers hidden beneath a blanket and his cloaks bunched into a pillow to ease his back as he leaned against the door. From where he sat, he could see the main entrance to Victor's home, plus one of the sides. Based on what Tarlak had told him after placing the runes, the only possible way of entering was through the front door. The windows were too heavily boarded, the roof and walls solid, and Tarlak's runes ensured no magical means allowed anyone to bypass them. A frontal attack, then, where many of Victor's guards waited, armed and armored. No, there was only one person who would be mad enough to do it, and it was the one man who might succeed. Haern closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Patience. He had to have patience. Thren would leave nothing to chance. He had to keep ready, to plan ahead. Cracking his eyes just enough that he'd still look asleep, he watched and waited. Minutes crawled by, turning into another hour. He shifted again, grimaced at the tingles that shot up his leg. Waited too long, leg asleep. He was getting nervous, and he knew why. Ever since faking his death during the bloody Kensgold 9 years ago, Haern had never crossed swords with his father. Yet, if he was right about tonight, there was no avoiding that possibility. Growing up, Haern had known his father was one of the best in the world when it came to swordplay, certainly the best in Valderan. That had been a long time ago, and now the thieves whispered that it was the Watcher who deserved that claim. But what if they were wrong? Movement in the shadows forced his mind away from such worries. There, thought Haern. A scout from the Spider Guild, peering from around the corner of a building far to his right. By his guess, the scout could just barely see the guards at the doorway. Taking in positions, looking for patrols, confirming numbers. That was Thren's way. Haern wondered if his father had prepared for him as well, and shivered. A grown man, yet he still felt like a child when he compared himself to that stern, imposing figure. More than anything, he did not want to face him. Swallowing that fear down, he watched the scout, all while being careful to make no movement that might give away his presence. After less than 20 seconds, the scout was gone. A hunch made Haern shift so he could watch the other way, and sure enough, another scout appeared along the rooftops. Checking the other direction, of course, as well as seeing if there was a patrol the first might have missed. No doubt they both saw the same thing. A well-boarded, protected tavern, the lone entrance guarded by 4 soldiers in armor. 2 wielded swords, 2 others long spears. The scout vanished, and Haern shifted so he might more easily reach for his sabers. As an afterthought, he touched the pendant of the golden mountain that hung beneath his shirt. "Please help me, Asho," he whispered. "I have a feeling I'm going to need it." "Oh, and protect Victor, if you think he's worth protecting." That done, he readjusted so he was on his knees instead of his buttocks. Tilting his head to one side, he let his mouth drop, let his breathing slow. With a single eye he watched. Waited. But the attack didn't come. Haern felt his patience tested. Why not? Everything was ready. The scouts had checked. The guards at the front looked tired and bored. Why did he not see their approach? The soft creaking of wood gave him his answer. Above him, the masked Spider Guild had traveled across the rooftops and now overlooked the tavern, inspecting it just as he did. Suddenly uncertain, Haern lay there as the silence of the night was interrupted by the sound of crossbow strings. A deadly barrage of bolts sailed toward the 4 guards. The archer's aim was true, the bolts piercing throats and eyes. All 4 men dropped, unable to call out. The sound of their chainmail rattling was the only warning they gave to those inside. Haern bit down a curse. Ropes rolled down in front of him, and then the thieves descended. Haern kept perfectly still, hoping his presence might go unnoticed. Through a crack in his eyelids he counted their number. 20, 30, 40. Thren Fellhorn landed before him, and Haern stopped counting. His father looked almost exactly as he remembered. His strong jaw, his coldly intelligent blue eyes, his reddish-blonde hair cut short so it would not interfere with his hearing or vision. The only differences were the wrinkles and the way his skin looked stretched and thin. It was a strange thing, realizing how much his father had aged, but peering up at him, Haern still felt like a child. For a brief moment of terror, he thought Thren might see his unhidden face and recognize his long-lost son. If Thren did turn and draw his short swords, Haern didn't know if he would be able to react in time to save himself. The first of the thieves reached the door, and Thren followed after. Haern slowly exhaled. His hands were shaking, and as he sat up, his years of training steadied his breath and calmed his heart. This is what he'd expected, what he'd known would happen. In times past, Haern had stormed through the mansions of the Trifect, slaughtering mercenaries and thieves alike to bring about peace. He'd fought the most skillful of opponents, from the Wraith to the elven scoutmaster, Diradan. He would show no fear. Not here, not now. The Spider Guild must fear him, not the other way around. Should have kept Tarlac with me instead of searching for that widow, Haern thought. One well-placed fireball, and the entire fight would be over. With so many of the thieves' backs to him, it was tempting to rush into their ranks, but he knew Thren would not be so foolish as to leave such a blatant opening to attack. Instead, Haern slunk to the side of the smithy, then ran to the back. Scrambling to the roof, he drew his swords and pulled his hood over his head, letting its magical darkness hide his features. 4 men with crossbows remained on the rooftop, protecting the Spider Guild's rear flank. Haern crossed the worn shingles without a sound. 2 were already dead before they knew he was there. Another fell to the hard stone below, blood gushing from his throat. The 4th managed a single scream before a saber took away his voice and his life. In the tense silence, that scream was enough. Standing to his full height, Haern held his swords out wide, let the Spider Guild see him there, looming, a promise of death in the dark night. The guards inside had started to shout, for several thieves had jammed thick iron crowbars against the hinges and begun jarring them loose. Those in the back turned, though, and they readied their weapons. There was no hiding their fear at his presence. At least 50 on 1, thought Haern. Could be worse. The door shook. Men rammed against it, and then it broke. The Spider Guild rushed to the opening, and from within the tavern Haern heard the sound of combat. He knew soldiers protected Victor, but how many? And would they hold? Below, a line of thieves remained, about 10 left to protect their rear from the lurking watcher. Haern smiled despite himself. Now that was better. He leaped into the air, his cloaks trailing silently behind him. Sabers eager, he twirled so they could not guess what his direction would be upon landing. They'd cut in, try to bury him in sheer numbers, and he'd be ready. His feet touched the ground, and he dropped, rolling to help soak up his momentum. He felt his shoulder connect against a man's legs, and when the thief went down, Haern pulled up, leaping again, avoiding frantic cuts. This time he was fully in control, parrying hits with vicious speed. Pirouetting on one foot, he lashed out, cutting down 2 nearby thieves. More rushed in, but they made simple attacks, thrusts, and chops that showed their lack of formal training. Most could only dream of training with the masters Thren had brought in from around the world every month. He'd wanted Haern to be his heir, his lord of the underworld. As the spiders died around him, Haern knew himself the fulfillment of that destiny, in a way his father never could have anticipated. Parry, shift, counter, and another 2 fell. Spinning, he let his cloaks flare out, let them disguise his movements. One thief slashed only to miss, stabbing into gray cloth instead of flesh. Haern lunged at him, knowing him to be vulnerable. His sabers pierced the man's belly, and a twist sent the contents spilling. The remaining men wanted no part of him, instead turning to flee. Haern let them, knowing he had bigger problems to face. Looking to the door, he saw the rest of the guild had managed to force themselves inside. He still heard combat, which was a good sign. As long as men were fighting, Victor had a chance. When he reached the broken door, an eruption shook the ground, along with a bright flash that lit up the night. Haern struggled to keep his balance, then swore. A thunderclap followed, rumbling like an angry beast. As high above the rooftop, smoke billowed into the night sky. "Damn it, Tarlac," said Haern. "Do you not know the meaning of the word subtle?" The last bit of defense Tarlac had told Haern about was in Victor's room, which, when activated, would explode the wall outward, giving the Lord a chance to escape. Obviously it had been triggered. No time left. Haern dashed through the door, and his recklessness nearly killed him. A sword thrust pierced the space before the entrance, shockingly fast. Yet Haern was also fast, collapsing to one knee as he twisted away. The tip of the blade cut across his chest, just a nick that would scar at worst. A faint spray of blood flecked across the ground as Haern continued his turn, bringing up his sabers in the process. Thren stood before him, bent into a ready stance. He twirled a sword, not yet attacking, only staring. Behind him, his guild members battled a slew of guards making their stand atop the stairs. All around lay corpses of both spiders and soldiers. "This is no concern of yours," Thren said. "The man is a fool, and he threatens the balance you've killed so many to achieve." "A fool or not, I'd rather keep him alive. I'll have no war in Veldaren, not again." Thren shook his head, took a careful step forward. "Victor brought the war, not us. If you want it to end, then Victor must die tonight. Stand down, Watcher." Haern felt his pulse quicken, felt his breath catch in his throat. "No," he said. Thren leaped, closing the distance between them with the speed of a demon. Short swords stabbed in, their angles deceptive. Only instinct kept Haern alive, his hands moving of their own accord. His sabers parried both aside, and a shifting of his feet made it so his shoulder met Thren's when they collided. His father was strong, but Haern kept his feet planted firmly, just long enough to halt Thren's momentum. Hoping for surprise, he rolled aside, toward Thren's back, and swung for his neck. Thren ducked the swing with ease. This time they both rushed each other, their blades clashing together with a steady ringing of steel. Haern felt his nerves settle as he blocked and parried. Skilled as his father was, he was slower than Haern, and not as strong. Not by much, of course, but in a contest so close, even a little advantage was crucial. "You can still flee," Haern said, his riposte cutting a thin line across Thren's shoulder. When Haern tried to follow it up, Thren fell back, his short swords batting aside every thrust. "You're a puppet of the Trifect," Thren said, pulling his swords together and settling into another stance. "You won't defeat me. I'm what you'd become if they cut your strings." Haern narrowed his gaze, the tips of his sabers pressed against the wood floor as he took in heavy gasps of air. Before their combat could resume, a thief rushed down the steps. The last of the guards downstairs were dead, and whatever fighting there was had continued higher up. "Victor's made it to the street!" the thief cried out, as if oblivious that his guildmaster faced off against the Watcher. Haern met his father's gaze, and a half-smile tugged at his lips. They both sprinted for the door, Haern sliding to one leg just as he reached it. As he predicted, a dagger sailed over his head, thrown by Thren when he realized he could not keep pace. Leaping back to his feet, Haern ran on, desperate not to fail. A quick glance behind showed Thren at his heels, his own gray cloak billowing behind him. Together they rounded the corner and saw the mess Tarlak's spell had created. The entire side wall of the tavern was gone. The wood was blackened and burned along the edges, as if pushed out by a great fire. Rubble lay scattered across the street. Thieves had given chase, and Haern saw at least 20. Ahead of them all was Lord Victor, a distant silver shape. No escort remained with him. Despite his lead, Haern knew the thieves would catch him, most of them younger and unburdened by armor. "Just keep going," Haern breathed as he ran, knowing Thren followed dangerously close. He was faster than them all, knew how to maximize the push of every swing of his legs, but the moment he stopped to fight, Thren would come crashing in. Haern saw little hope, but it didn't matter. He ran on. Catching up to the tail end of the thieves, he slid close and swung. His saber hamstrung a man, toppling him head over heels while he screamed. Another stopped to strike, but Haern veered aside and continued past. Too many ahead. The homes on either side flashed by in blurs. Haern's heels pounded against the hard stone of the street. His pulse thundered in his ears. When they caught Victor, they'd tear him apart, overwhelm him with... The street exploded before him. Rocks, each the size of a man's fist, thudded into the homes. In its center swirled a pillar of fire that flared bright before dwindling. Smoke billowed from the crater that now separated Haern from Lord Victor. Over half of the thieves had been caught in the fire, their corpses now lying scattered about, their clothing aflame. The rest staggered aimlessly, bleeding from the ears. And then from the smoke emerged Deathmask. A pale gray mask covered his face, and hovering about his head, hiding his features like a dark cloud, was a swirl of ash. Fire danced from his fingertips. "Now's not the time to be a hero," Deathmask said to them, pointing at the nearest spider. Fire shot from his finger and bathed the man in flame. His screams did not last long, but were still terrible to hear. At the same time, a woman leaped from the rooftops, 2 daggers glowing a soft violet in her hands. She landed amid the stunned thieves, making short work of those who tried to defend themselves. Haern recognized her as Veliana, Deathmask's second-in-command. Not that he had many to command. Only 2 others were in his guild, twins. He found them beside Victor in the distance. Haern feared they would hurt him, but from what he could see through the smoke, they only stood at his side as if protecting him. Shaking his head, Haern turned around, realizing he had forgotten the threat of his father. If Thren had wanted, he could have borne down upon him, but instead he stood far back, the look of anger on his face chilling even to Haern. "You have no one to blame," Thren said, meeting Haern's eye. "Whatever games we've played, consider them over." He fled into the night, and Haern had no desire to chase after hearing those cryptic words. Sheathing his sabers, he neared the crater, its heat and smoke slowly fading. Deathmask crossed his arms over his chest. From the way his eyes twinkled, Haern had little doubt the dark-haired man was enjoying himself. "Since when do thieves protect the lords who hunt them?" Haern called out as he approached. "We have no fear of the hunt," Deathmask said, removing his mask. With a snap of his fingers, the ash fell to the street, revealing his features. He was a handsome man, his dark hair grown down to his neck, his tanned skin smooth and clean. Most noticeable were his eyes, the left a deep brown, the right colored red. "Besides, you know I enjoy a bit of chaos every now and then." Veliana came to his side, her dagger still twirling in her dexterous fingers. Her dark hair was pulled into a ponytail. She might have been beautiful, but for the wicked scar that ran from forehead to chin, cutting across her right eye and leaving it a bloody orb. "You don't mind if we borrow him for a while, do ya?" Veliana asked. "Victor?" asked Haern. "Why?" "Just somewhere safe," Deathmask said, giving Haern a wink. "Don't try to follow us. Besides, I think you have your own mess to clean up." Deathmask nodded to the tavern that Victor had been using as a home. Haern glanced at it, saw the bodies and dwindling fire. When he looked back, he realized the twins were gone, and Victor with them. Deathmask's smile grew. "Don't worry, Watcher," he said. "We won't keep him long." He and Veliana stepped into the crater, and smoke wafted over them. When it cleared, they were gone. Haern took a deep breath, let it out. Whatever was going on, it was currently beyond his control. But it seemed the Ash Guild wasn't ready to see Lord Victor killed, at least not by someone other than themselves. "Damn it all," Haern said, shaking his head. He looked to the fire, the bodies, and heard the screams of the injured who had yet to die. Far away a trumpet sounded, the call of the city guard arriving far too late. A rock settled deep in Haern's gut. Whatever peace Veldaren had known died that night. Thren's look had promised war, and in time, decimated guild or not, he would have it. Saying a prayer for the entire city, Haern returned to Victor's place to wait for the rest of the Eschaton to arrive. Whatever their motivations, the Ash Guild could not be trusted. One way or another, Haern would find them before the night's end, and Tarlak knew many, many ways. Chapter 10. Zusa waited atop the eastern wall of the city, hidden in the recesses of a watchtower. Whenever a guard lazily wandered by, she clung to the stone ceiling and let him pass underneath without a clue to her presence. Then she'd drop down, return to the edge, and wait. It had been many years, but she knew she would recognize Daverick the moment he arrived. What she'd say to him, that she was far less certain of. Perhaps she'd just kill him. She wanted to, almost needed to. The night wore on, but she forced herself to be patient. She had given Daverick no specific location, for she didn't want his faceless to set up an ambush. If they tried following, she would spot their movements. No matter how good they might be at slinking through shadows, they were young, and Zusa was better. Are you a coward now? Zusa wondered aloud as the night wore on. Daverick had been many things, but at least he had never been one to give in to fear. But it had been over a decade since they'd lain in each other's arms. Perhaps she was naive to think he had changed so little. Distant thunder turned her eyes west. She saw hints of a fire and a lot of smoke. Curiosity tugged at her to go, but she refused. No matter what, she would not have Daverick wander by unnoticed, left to return to the temple thinking that she was the coward. Wherever the fire was, she could tell it was nowhere near Elisa's mansion, and that was enough to keep her still. When he finally did show, she nearly missed him. Instead of priestly garb, he wore plain clothes, dull brown pants, and a gray shirt. He carried no torch, the moonlight sufficient for him. While once his hair had fallen past his shoulders, now it was gone completely, his head smoothly shaved. Time had worn his features, hardening them, but when she cast a second glance while he passed beneath her, she saw the cheeks she'd kissed, the large lips that had kissed her in return. The plain clothing was clearly a disguise, and she wondered whom it was really for, him or her. Daverick, she called out. As he turned, she slid down the wall, silently landing in a crouch. Scanning the rooftops, she saw no sign of the other faceless. Good. Her attention turned to her former lover, who smiled at her and opened his arms. Catherine, he said, and the sound of his voice was the key to a vault of 100 memories. My God, Catherine, is it really you? She stood to her full height, pulling her shoulders back and turning her head to the side. Though the wrappings had originally been meant to hide her beauty, they also revealed her body's every curve. Let him see the woman she had become, she decided. Let him know what the priesthood had denied him for 10 long years. Not Catherine, she said. They took that name from me when they covered my face. They lashed it out of my soul with their whips and barbs. I am Zusa now. A soft smile spread across his pale face. The moonlight added a blue tint to his green eyes. That she noticed it at all annoyed her. In all my memories, you will always be Catherine, he said, but if I must, I will call you Zusa. He laughed, then shook his head in disbelief. Even in Mordena, I'd heard one of the Faceless had revolted and turned away from the Order. I hoped it was you. You were never one for rules or limitations. Neither were you. Or did the priesthood take that from you, convince you that every time we fucked it was my fault? That smile of his faded. He took a step toward her, and she recoiled. "They tried," he said softly. "They said you seduced me, that your beauty was unveiled sin. At times I almost agreed. You are beautiful, Zeusa, perhaps without equal. But what we did, what we had, I would never diminish it in such a way." Such charming, honest words. Daverick had always known what to say to her, and she felt her old wounds bleeding anew. They'd been in each other's arms when the priests had discovered them. They'd needed no trial, no counsel to confirm the obvious. While she watched, they'd lashed Daverick before the altar, let his blood run across the ancient stone. As for her, the order of the Faceless awaited. They'd stripped her naked, and while Daverick watched, bound only her mouth and eyes with the wrappings that would become her ceremonial dress. And when they carried her away, he'd said only 2 words, whose meaning she had always feared, and which she had never forgotten. "Forgive me." "Why are you here?" she asked, forcing a cold edge into her voice. Daverick was just a phantom from her past, a girlhood love. They'd both been so young, so foolish. "I thought you were banished from Velderen." "I was," Daverick said, glancing about. When he saw that they were still alone, he walked over to the wall and leaned his back against it, crossing his arms. "But I've made many friends during my time in the West. Friends whose voices carry weight among our order. Given my loyalty over the past 10 years, Luther has convinced the temple to give me one final task as penance. One final way to redeem my insult to our God." "Your God," Zeusa corrected. "I have no love for Karak." This clearly pained Daverick, but he continued without remarking on it. "The betrayal of the Faceless has weighed on the priests in Mordena. Though Pelorak initially refused, he finally accepted my return here, along with the reopening of the Order. I am their teacher, their master." "Why you?" "Because they felt I would best understand their weaknesses, having fallen for them myself." Zeusa shook her head, and to show her opinion on the matter, she spit at his feet. His explanation sounded hollow, the reasoning unlike what she knew of the priesthood. He'd be forever branded as a man weak enough to give in to his passions. Why would they put women also believed to be weak into his care? "The Order should have remained dead and gone," she said. "How many women have you enslaved?" "It is not enslavement. I asked how many." Daverick sighed. 4. I doubt any are as skilled as you, but they're learning. Karak has blessed them greatly, and I think they might even surprise you with the gifts they possess." Zeusa smirked. "I'm sure I have a few surprises for them as well." "Keep them far away from me, Daverick. The very sight of them sets my blood to boil. If you're wise, you'll leave Velderen immediately." She turned to leave, but he reached out and grabbed her arm. Her free hand moved for her dagger, but their eyes met, and she saw the incredible force of will there. For a moment she remained still, lost in time, remembering a 17-year-old girl hiding in a dark alley with a pretty boy willing to touch her, kiss her in ways the priesthood had forbidden. "They say you work for Elisa Gemcroft now," he said. "Is that true?" "It is," she said, pulling her arm free. She wanted to hurt him, to shock him, and she didn't know why. I am her sister, her protector. She loves me and I her. Why do you ask? Daverick swallowed, and she could tell he was struggling to choose his words. These are dangerous times, he said. I don't want to see you hurt. Lady Gemcroft is not safe from the coming storm. Things would be better for everyone if she were to become a friend of Karak. Is that a threat? Only a warning, he said. I wish I could do more. She took 3 steps and leaped high above his head, to the rooftop of a nearby home. She landed without a sound, then spun to face him. You're a smooth liar, she said, but I am no fool. Why did they really bring you to Veldaren? Daverick sighed and ran a hand across his bald head. You say, they, as if the priesthood were but a single entity. There are many factions within it, many unreconciled beliefs. I am here to prepare the faceless. For what? I cannot tell you. I knew you might be here when I was asked, I must admit. Knew I might find you. I hoped we could talk, that you might offer us a second chance. Zusa felt her neck flush with anger. And if I refuse? He met her gaze, let her see the pain in his eyes. You are seen by the temple as an abomination, a betrayal that stabs into the very heart of Karak. You know damn well what I'll be ordered to do should anyone know of our meeting. The words were a dagger, but they did not surprise her, did not even make her flinch. And would you? She asked him. Would you try to kill me, Daverick? My love, or my God? Do not make me choose, Catherine. I chose you a long time ago. I'm not sure I have the strength to do so again. She let the shadows swirl around her, drawing them to her as if they were liquid and she the bottom of a well. Did you not hear me before? She asked. Catherine's dead. My name is Zusa. Send your little girls after me if you must. I'll kill them all. But don't you dare bring Alisa into this, or try to harm a single hair on her head. If you do, not even the walls of the temple will keep you safe from me. She ran, just a swath of shadow in the night. Far behind, she heard him call her name, this time the correct one. Zusa! She ran harder, faster. Whatever she'd expected, she felt a fool for expecting it. She and Daverick were no longer children. Many times she'd pondered how she'd react upon seeing him. And now she knew. There'd be no slipping into a past of excitement and danger. There'd be no becoming the doomed, lovesick lovers exploring the body of another for the very first time. Now he was a shadow, a ghost, a deceitful creation of flesh and memories. His very touch upon her arm had sent a mixture of revulsion and excitement down her spine, and it was the revulsion that had been stronger. Coming storm, she wondered as she ran. What had Daverick meant by that? What did he know that she did not? Did the Temple of Karak have plans for the city? And what did his remarks about factions within the temple actually mean? She felt trapped in a web, just one of many in the strands. But who was the spider spinning in the center of it all? She didn't know, but she must find out. Alisa's life was in danger. The city passed by her, a silent blur, and it was only when she reached the Gemcroft mansion that she realized she was being followed. Turning, she drew her daggers, but by then they were already gone, the 4 faceless women vanishing into the night like the ghosts they were. "Don't you dare," Zusa whispered, standing at the closed gate as she issued her threat, not just to the faceless, but to the entire city spread out before her. You won't take her away from me. None of you will. In the distance, she heard the roar of another explosion, and as it rumbled, she felt as if it were the city's heartless, mocking laughter. When they pulled the black cloth from his face, Victor found himself in what appeared to be a small cellar, the walls made of uneven rock and lit by 2 torches in opposite corners. He saw no windows and no doors. His arms were bound behind him, rough rope biting into his wrists. His ankles were tied with equal skill to the legs of the chair he sat in. Before him, looking far too amused to be harmless, were Death Mask and his Ash Guild. "How have you enjoyed tonight's entertainment?" Death Mask asked, sitting across from him in the only other furniture Victor could see, a similarly old and worn chair. "I'm not sure about you, but killing spiders always gives me a smile." Beside him, a woman crossed her arms and leaned against his side. From what he'd learned, her name was Veliana, his second-in-command. "I'm not sure he's worth it," she said. Victor peered up at her. He decided there was more compassion and mercy in her bloodied eye than in the healthy one. "Perhaps not," Victor said, trying to remain calm. "Though it'd help if I knew what value my life was being weighed against." "Kine!" said one of the twins lurking against the wall, their pale skin making them seem like ghosts in the dim light. "Lots of kine," said the other. "Right," Victor said, turning his attention to Death Mask, the clear leader of them all. If anyone was to decide his fate, it was he. "But as ransom or bounty? Or did you lie to me earlier, and there actually is something my soldiers will soon dig up on your little guild?" Death Mask scooted his chair closer, and his grin spread. "You think you're sharp," he said. "You think your charm will keep you safe from what your soldiers cannot. But you've come to a city that eats men like you for supper. We spit your bones out in the gutters. At most, your gristle to get stuck in our teeth. You aren't a white knight come to save us all, and the sooner you accept that, the sooner you and I might start to get along." "You've never faced a man like me before." Death Mask shook his head and wagged a finger at him. "You see, that's the thing. We have. I dare say you remind me most of Thran Thelhorn. Oh, don't give me that look. You two are more alike than you'll ever admit. Same cockiness, same certainty that you'll live forever without meeting someone better. You know, it might even be true. But the problem is you keep acting like you're special. You keep thinking that there's something unique about you." He slid even closer and raised a palm to the ceiling. Purple fire burst into existence in its center, and it swirled in an unfelt wind, burned on fuel that was not there. "If I shoved this fire into your lungs," said Death Mask, "you'd scream like anyone else. You'd die like anyone else. And then your corpse would shit itself, just like every other man and woman who has ever lived and died on this joke of a world. When the worms are eating our bodies, there'll be no difference between you and me, not a one." Victor took a deep breath and was glad that the tight ropes holding him to the chair kept him from shaking. "I'm not afraid of you," he said. "Tell me what it is you want, or untie me and let me go." Death Mask chuckled, and he clenched his fist, banishing the fire. "Do the ropes bother you so much? They're really for your own protection, not mine. I'd like you to listen, without trying anything stupid, like escape. As for what I want you safe and alive, that's what I want. Why else would I have saved you from Thren's men as they were about to hack you to pieces in the middle of Iron Road? But that's just a momentary gesture. If I want you to stay safe and alive, you need to start listening. If we work together, we'll both meet our goals, and you might even live long enough to see the end." Victor tried to hide his revulsion and failed. He thought of his words to the Watcher and shook his head. "I will not have you drag me down," he said. "No deals, no bribes, no sacrificing a shred of my intent. I know how you work, Death Mask. You can't defeat me, so you hope to make me like you." "Can't defeat you?" Veliana asked. She grabbed his face in her hands and gave him an earful of her mocking laughter. "Can't defeat you? Look around, Victor. Instead of removing that mask over your head, we could have buried a dagger in your throat and been done with all this. In fact, that was my preferred method of handling your meddling in Valderan. Use that mind of yours. Death Mask is the only reason you're alive, so stop spouting blind nonsense, and for once listen to the words you're saying. You might surprise yourself." She let go, pushing his head back hard enough to hurt the muscles in his neck. He felt his face flush, and he caught the twins snickering in the background. Pride wounded, he looked to the floor, forced himself to think. They were right, of course. His life was fully in their hands. But that didn't mean he had to surrender. It didn't mean he had to break. "I will not die a hypocrite," he said softly. "I've come to Valderan to cleanse it of your kind. I will not work with you to do it. It is a poor executioner who relies on the condemned to swing his own axe." "Are you so sure?" Death Mask asked. "We now have a common enemy. Thren will never forgive me for what I've done, and you damn well know Thren is the biggest threat to this farce of yours you've set up. I say we take him down together. Such a lovely couple, the two of us. Don't you agree?" Despite their mocking, Victor was no fool. He knew what would happen if he declined their offer. So long as he was useful, Death Mask would keep him alive. The moment he stopped being useful, the moment he became more of a pain than an amusement, his life was over. Could he refuse? Was it right to let everything come crashing down, all because of his pride? Death Mask was right. If Thren died, the biggest threat to his entire campaign would be eliminated. The Ash Guild was dangerous, but it was also powerful, resourceful. Meeting Death Mask's eye, he opened his mouth to answer, and that's when the wall to his left exploded. Rock and dust filled the cellar. The 4 members of the Ash Guild fell back to the far wall, drawing daggers and readying magic. "I must say, Death, I'm rather disappointed in you," said Tarlak as he walked through the rubble and into the cellar. "Not a single protection spell against scrying?" "I cast one on Victor the moment I took him," Death Mask said as purple fire danced about his fingertips. "Not on Victor," Tarlak said, grinning. "On you. But the night's late, and such a mistake can be forgiven for how tired I'm sure you are. I'll take your guest off your hands so you can rest. He's such a troublemaker, isn't he?" More arrived through the hole in the wall. Some Victor recognized, some he didn't. The Watcher was the first, his sabers drawn, his face hidden in shadow. With him was a priestess of Asher, the wizard's sister, Delicia. He'd met her briefly when he first came to ask Tarlak to cast wards about his home. Last was a short, stocky man with a beard, clunking down behind the others in a full suit of plate mail. The 4 faced off against the Ash Guild, who almost looked eager for a fight, all but Death Mask, who just looked amused. "Such a dramatic display," Death Mask said, "but truly unnecessary. Did I not tell your pet assassin he would be safe with me?" The Watcher slipped closer, and with a few quick swings of his sabers cut Victor free from the chair. His back stung when he stood, but Victor was thrilled to be able to move. Glancing to the Ash Guild, he dipped his head low. "Thank you for the hospitality," he said. "Any time," Death Mask said, still looking more amused than upset that the Eschaton had come to save him. "Come see us again," said the twins in unison. Victor stepped through the blasted hole in the wall and earth, climbing up to the surface. The priestess took his arm, asked him if he was injured. Shaking his head, Victor glanced back, saw the Watcher remaining behind. The assassin said something to Death Mask, then followed. "Take me to my men," Victor said to Tarlac. "I must let them know I am safe and well." "We'll do that for you," Tarlac said, "but for now, you're coming with us. Your home isn't safe." "I know. Your spell left a gaping hole in the wall." Tarlac glanced back at the cellar. "Indeed. Seems to be my specialty tonight." "Damn fools," said the shorter fellow in armor. "What were they trying to do?" "They were saving my life," Victor said, remembering his flight down the street, thieves in pursuit. "Doubt that," the man snorted. "Quiet, Brugh," Tarlac said. He stopped them all there in the middle of the street. Victor didn't know why, but the wizard was twirling his hands about in odd motions. "Death Mask doesn't have an altruistic bone in his body," the Watcher said, joining them. "If he's interested in you, enough to keep you alive, it's probably far worse than if he'd never noticed you at all." "Thanks for the comforting words," Victor muttered. "My home was attacked. At least 15 of my men are dead, and a madman has plans for me he's unwilling to share." "Don't forget Thren Fellhorn wants you dead," Brugh said. "That should be up there, too." Victor glared at Brugh, who seemed not to care. "Done," Tarlac said, and with the word the air split before him like a torn painting, revealing a swirling blue beneath. Victor stepped back, stunned. The tear grew, swirling with an unnatural light until it was the size of a man. Without hesitation, Tarlac stepped through, vanishing instead of appearing on the other side. His sister followed, then Brugh. Before Victor could step through, the Watcher grabbed his wrist and held him still. "We risk our lives by helping you," he said. "Do you understand that?" Victor nodded. "I do." "Good. Never forget it." He shoved Victor into the portal. Victor's vision was flooded with stars. Gravity twirled and reversed, and then he was landing on cold, hard earth. His stomach heaved, and he vomited uncontrollably. As he gasped for air, he looked up to see a large tower where rolling green hills met an expansive forest. Tarlac stood before him, hand outstretched, a grin on his face. "Welcome back to the Eschaton Tower," the wizard said. "Now that I've saved your life at least twice by my count, I think it's time we rediscuss my fee." Chapter 11. Antonio Copernus surveyed what was left of the bodies and shook his head. "What's that put the death total at?" he asked Sergen, his most trusted friend. The man was a ruffian in soldier's armor, big features, dirty hair, and an even bigger axe across his back. He was a good man, though, disciplined, and always willing to tell Antonio the truth, no matter how little he wanted to hear it. "Not the best at numbers," Sergen said, turning to Spit. "Think we're getting beyond what I can count. About 15 or so of Victor's men dead in and about his home. 20 great cloaks in there with 'em. 3 or 4 on the way to here, and now this." Sergen gestured to the crater in the street, the corpses scattered about, some killed by fire, some maimed by heavy blows. They lay stinking amid the worn stone rubble, starting to rot beneath the rising sun. "How many more died when that... whatever is happened? 15? 18? "Lord Victor was a fool to think they'd let him go unpunished," Antonio said. "Which of these bodies do you think is him?" Sergen squinted at a few nearby, frowned. "Not seeing any wearing fancy enough clothes. Might still be alive and cowering under a rock somewhere, though I doubt it'll mean shit. His fool's quest is over. Once he's done wiping his arse, he'll take the first wagon out of Veldaren, I guarantee it. Question is, what do we do? Pretty obvious the Spider Guild is the one responsible for all this. Think we could have the king declare them all under arrest? Perhaps, if we wanted to send them all into hiding and make all our lives miserable for the next 10 years. Antonil knelt before one of the bodies, picked up a torn scrap of grey cloth, rubbed the coarse material between his fingers. Who killed the Spider Guild, though? Don't see any of Victor's guards having made it this far. I don't know, but whoever it was doing us a service. Antonil let out a grim laugh. Don't let Thren hear you say that. I'd hate to have to find myself a new trainer for the guard. More city guards arrived from the castle, wheeling a cart behind them. At Sergen's orders, they began loading up the dead and shifting aside the larger stones to reopen the road for travel. They'd be at it for hours, all to clean up the mess the attack had caused. The sun was rising above the city wall, reminding Antonil how tired he was and how long a day he had ahead of him. Antonil watched his soldiers work with a pall cast over his mood. He'd known this was coming. It seemed everyone in Veldaren but Victor had known. But expecting it, and actually seeing the anger and power of the underworld rising up to strike were two different things. And lest they risk all-out warfare on the streets, Antonil could do nothing about it. It used to be that the easy money made the guilds soft, but that seemed no longer to be the case. The Watcher had been the one to keep the more troublesome in line, but this was beyond him. Perhaps it was beyond them all. "Something bothering you? Beyond the obvious?" Sergen asked, coming back from the crater. "If necessary. We could raise an army to battle off kingdoms, perhaps even the wrath of the elves," Antonil said. "Yet we are powerless against these thieves. How? Why?" "Once the worm gets in the apple, it's near impossible to get out," Sergen said, smacking Antonil on the shoulder. "Our walls don't work against this enemy. They've got no boundaries, no diplomats, no castles to take or crops to burn. Just men, sticky fingers, and a frightening amount of daggers. Much as I'd like to have every one of them thieves stretched out before me in an open battlefield, they ain't that stupid. So, we'll do what we can, with what we've got to work with." "They're killing everyone who talks to Victor's men," Antonil said, revealing what had weighed most heavily on his heart. "Thought you were posting guards." "It isn't enough. It never seems to be enough. My numbers are stretched thin as it is." Sergen shrugged. "You'll think of something. You always do. And besides, weren't you listening? Victor's going to be halfway to Kerr by this afternoon, and all the way to Mordana by nightfall. There won't be any more witnesses to protect. In a few days, it'll all die down to the quiet little insanity we've learned to live with lately." Antonil chuckled. "Forgive me, Sergen, but I have my doubts." The weathered man raised an eyebrow, spit again. "Why's that?" In answer, Antonil pointed to where Lord Victor approached with a large retinue of his men, their armor gleaming in the morning light. Antonil bowed at his arrival, and Victor responded in kind. "Good to see you safe and well," Antonil said. "I'm surprised myself," Victor said before gesturing to his men. "Whatever help you need, my soldiers are here to offer it. Much of this is my fault, and I won't leave you to clean it up alone. Once it's done, we can resume the investigations." Antonil managed to keep the surprise from his face and voice, but only because of a lifetime of discipline. "You're still to remain in Veldaren?" Victor clapped Antonil on the shoulder. "I don't scare that easily. We'll use more caution, of course, take things a bit slower now that we know what lengths they will go to." Antonil had Sergen dole out orders, then asked Victor if he'd join him for a moment so they could talk privately. "Something wrong?" Victor asked as they put their backs to their men and walked along the barren street. It'd still be half an hour before they'd reopen it to foot traffic, and the solitude allowed Antonil to speak his mind. "It's the men and women you've been bringing in to testify," Antonil began. "I've tried posting guards, but many go into hiding, and even the ones I do protect have been killed. Often my guards die with them." Victor nodded while listening, and Antonil saw the hidden anger and frustration. "Casualties of war, Captain," the Lord said, but he couldn't quite keep his dismissive tone from wavering. "Your war, not theirs." Victor sighed. "What do you want me to do, Antonil? I won't leave, not after all this. Would you have me render their deaths pointless?" "I'd have there be no deaths at all. Conduct these talks in secret. Give shelter among your soldiers for those who request it. Once we've weakened the guilds, these measures won't be necessary, but until then—" "Enough," Victor said, his sharp tone startling Antonil. The guard captain watched as Victor turned away for a moment and stared at the crater in the street and the bodies being loaded onto the cart. "I thought I was prepared," Victor said, his voice softening. "I thought I could bear the burden. And I still will, Antonil. I will bear it. But it is far heavier than I ever imagined." "It will get worse before it gets better," Antonil said. "I know," Victor said, turning back to him. "I will do what I can to hide the identity of those we bring in, whatever good it will do. Your king has already agreed to let me use his castle, so I will question everyone there. As for those in fear for their lives—" He gestured down the street, where work had already begun to repair the wall of Victor's repurposed tavern. "There are many rooms within, as well as space on the floor. Bring them there until there is no room left." "Will it be safe?" Antonil asked, thinking of the attack only hours prior. "From the outside, yes," Victor said. "I can promise you that. But inside? I don't know. I invite assassins in with every man and woman I give shelter. I pray you understand the risk I take and hope I never have reason to regret it." "I'll have my men keep an eye on your place as well," Antonil said. "Just ask, Victor, and I will help you, so long as it protects this city and the people in it." "What of your king?" Antonil felt the corner of his mouth twitch, the closest to a smile he'd allow. "What of him?" Victor offered his hand, and Antonil clasped it. "I would have us be friends rather than enemies," Victor said. "But tonight has done me well. I know how strong we must be to succeed. Trust me, last night will not happen again." Antonil nodded, wished the man well. Still, when he left to join Sergen, he did so with a heavy heart. Something about the way Victor had spoken his vow made the hair on the back of his neck itch. After near death and failure, Victor didn't show doubt, but instead hardened his resolve. Yet what could he do to the thief guilds that would be any worse than what he already did now? "What do we do with the dead spiders?" Sergen asked at his arrival. "Hold 'em for a day at the castle? Let family members come and see if they recognize 'em?" Antonil chewed on his lower lip. "Bury them all in a common grave, not a name given for any," he said. "They're enemies of the peace, enemies of our king. They deserve no better." "Might piss 'em off." Antonil laughed, and he waved his arms at the wreckage about them. "Any worse than they are now? Bury them and forget them. We have a lot of work to do, and not anywhere near enough time to do it." Nathaniel hovered around his mother in the early part of the morning, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. His attempts at talking to her always ended abruptly, her answers terse and distracted. Henris, the scribe sitting beside her, seemed more important, his questions to be given more thought. Terence was also there, looking nervous and incredibly young next to the wrinkled old scribe. He didn't speak much, and only when the scribe directly asked him something. Nathaniel tried being more persistent until Elisa looked up from the table in her study and snapped at him. "Must I make up tasks to gain a moment of peace?" Nathaniel flinched, but he'd listened to Lord Gandrum's words closely and knew childish fits were not becoming to him. He grabbed his stump of a right arm, just a small chunk of bone and skin coming down from his shoulder. Nervous, he drummed his fingers atop the bone as he did when he needed to distract himself. Elisa saw this and immediately softened. "Come here, Nathan," she said. He walked closer and leaned his head against his mother's stomach as she wrapped her arms about him. "You've endured troubled times before," she said. "This is one of them. I haven't forgotten you, though. Tonight I'll fetch us a bard and pay him to dazzle us with a dozen songs. We'll listen together, and when he finishes you can tell me which was your favorite. You'd like that, wouldn't you?" He nodded, and she kissed his forehead. "Go play," she said. "Otherwise I'll have John find you something to do." "He'll just make me practice with my sword," he said. "He knows it gets heavy." "That just means you need to practice more until it feels like a part of your arm." "Milady, may I ask the source of these imports?" Henris asked, pointing to one of what seemed like 1,000 pieces of parchment. Elisa turned back to the man, and Nathaniel knew it was his sign to leave. He wanted to stay, to stomp his foot and demand attention, but he imagined the way John would react should he hear about such a display. "Yes, Mother," Nathaniel said, even though he doubted she heard him. At least her promise about the bard was exciting. He loved listening to their stories. Most of them, anyway. Some dwelt on lords and ladies, and who was in love with whom. They bored him to tears. The ones about dragons, paladins, orcs, wolfmen, and other creatures of the vile wedge. Those were the ones that kept him up far past his bedtime, wide-eyed in the lap of his mother. He especially loved hearing of the war between the gods, back during the creation of the world. Nathaniel left the study so the adults could argue and bicker about money and paper, as John had once put it. Part of him felt sad knowing that fate awaited him when he got older. There'd be no charging into battle on a white horse, as he dreamed. His missing arm alone ruined any chance of that. No, he'd bicker with old men and women, count coins until the moon was high, and trade things he did not have for things he would never see. So much better the life the bards sang about. While on his way to see Lord Gandrum, Nathaniel passed by the door to his grandmother's room. She must have seen him, for he heard her call his name. Rolling his eyes, Nathaniel turned around. He always felt awkward in his grandmother's presence. He didn't know her, had barely even heard of her until her sudden arrival, yet he was expected to act as if she were close family. It left him confused, unsure of how to act. And the way she looked at him, her eyes always watery, even if she wasn't crying, made his stomach twist. "Yes, grandmother?" he asked, stepping into her room, which had been a guest bedroom mere weeks before. His grandmother lay in the center of the bed, as she often did. Elisa had said she had gone through many trials and was left weak because of it. But she didn't seem weak to Nathaniel. Whenever he was alone with her, her motions were quick, her words sharp. His grandmother a coiled spring wound up and eager to release. "Please, just melody," she said, shifting to the side so she might put her feet off the bed. She wore a thick homespun dress, the blue fabric clinging to her thin body. "Though it warms my heart to hear you say the word grandmother." "Yes, ma'am." She laughed as if this amused her, though he'd purposefully chosen not to call her Melody. "You look upset, dear," she said.